Okay, I am live now. Okay, great, great, great. I appear before you all today unshaved. Unfortunately, why does it look like this? Forever Cal. What's going on? Welcome. I don't know why my screen is like this. I apologize. I'm not sure. I'm holding my phone because I can't find the part that attaches to the thing, so I'm holding it. So I guess this is just the way it's going to be today. Um, yeah, I wasn't planning on doing a live stream, but I kind of felt compelled to talk to y'all for a minute because I gotta vent a little bit about a narrative that's being pushed um, about this whole New Jeans thing, and I really gotta say this. I really gotta say this. This is very important. And I'm actually making a video on it, and it's kind of a venting video. But before I did that, I recorded that video today, like minutes before I came on live, because it's been burning in my mind. Um, I'm looking old on this thing. I don't know what's going on here. Uh, yeah, but yeah, we're gonna get into a conversation that I really want to have with y'all about this New Jeans thing for a minute. I have been reading a few comments, and I'm not responding to a lot of them for obvious reasons. Haifa, how are you guys? I'm doing great. My voice has not been doing very well, which is why uh, I might sound a little off. I feel like I sound okay right now, but I just at any moment it's gonna act weird. My voice is gonna start cracking. But I'm working. Well, let me just tell you guys real quick. I'm working on my next Taman video, but then I got sidetracked because I was reading the comments on the Internet's Nathan video because they keep popping up. Would you ever make a video or short about the kiss of life situation? Are you talking about Fatu saying that something about cultural appropriation that Kiss of Life did? I've been looking into it. I haven't looked into it thoroughly enough, but I can. I can. I've been contemplating doing one, actually. Ever since I heard the news, I've been contemplating it. So yeah, I definitely can do that. Because it's been on my mind lately. But I really need to see what they did. I need to see what they did so I can make the right judgment on that, because I don't know for sure. Yeah, sorry guys that I haven't had any content out yet. Sorry about that. I got sidetracked with the comment section in my Internet's Nathan video while I was working on the Taman thing. And I haven't been feeling well this week for some odd reason as well. So it kind of delayed me. But I was sick, and I recorded the Taman thing anyway. So if it comes across as a little bit incoherent, I do apologize. But I really did want to record that video. But I was looking at the Internet's Nathan comments, and there's new comments, and I do apologize for the camera shaking. I'm holding it because I can't find the other thing. I can't find the thing that attaches to the ring light, so I apologize. I've been looking. God, it's sideways. Let me see. Here we go. I've been looking at the Internet's Nathan comments, and because I get notifications every time a comment comes out, I saw a comment. Where's my phone at? I saw a comment. I'm not going to read it all because I don't want to put this person on blast. That's not the purpose of me talking about this. The purpose of me talking about this is that this commenter said, I think the live stream is still up, or like clips from it are still reposted, so take your time. We will wait for it. Thank you. Thank you, Haifa. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you guys waiting for me patiently. Y'all know I don't put out stuff just to be putting out stuff. I put out stuff, and I like to take my time and put some effort into it. So y'all, thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it, seriously. But this person said something in the comments, and this is what they said. I'm just gonna read the last part. The last part basically was saying, you know what? No, I'm gonna paraphrase this. No, I'm not. I'm gonna do this justice. I'm not gonna play. Let me see. I'm not going to force. So they're talking to somebody about their opinion or whatever, and basically saying that that their unconditional support goes to New Jeans, and that if you don't see Hybe's shortcomings, that's fine. I'm not going to force that on you because it's your opinion, not a fact. And then they say at the end of the day, none of us know the truth. None of what she said bothered me, or he or she or whoever. You can have your opinion even on what you believe is a fact and what you believe is not a fact. That's not my problem. I think the problem I'm having is when people say no one knows the truth. No one knows the whole truth. We'll never know the whole truth. And it almost feels like a cop-out statement. It almost feels like a cop-out statement. Because, like, it's almost like you don't want us to know the whole truth. No one will know the whole truth, and I'm kind of hoping that no one does find out the whole truth because it's going to make the side that I'm rooting for look bad. And I've said this before. I don't care about whether Hybe is right or wrong. I don't care about the side. Well, let me rephrase. I don't care about whose side you're on. I care about the truth. That's all I care. That's all I care about. I only care about the truth. That's the only reason why I even talk about this stuff. So if you're on Hype's side, that's fine. If you're on New Jean's side, okay, great. I'm not gonna, shame you for it. I'm just saying, look objectively at what's going on. Literally, the court has been dishing out all kinds of, stuff. And basically, Shima, you changed your profile picture. I think you changed your profile picture again. Hey. You couldn't see my hand. Here we go. Hey. But the court's been basically confirming everything that we've been saying about New Jeans and what's been going on. It's gotten so bad that bunnies have literally, and I don't know if I'm going to make a video about this or not. I think I will. I just got to find the information because I was actually watching something. And it's been basically reported, and it's actually, I got to find where they put it. There's I guess you could say a petition that bunnies have put out for bunnies to gather together some evidence to help out New Jeans' legal team. It's gotten to that point. And I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, what evidence are you guys about to bring? Where are y'all going to get this little information from? Are y'all just going to doctor up stuff and just throw it at the legal team? Here, take this. Here, take this. Here, take this. So I'm kind of, I don't know. Chinese Nuna, you came in. Good to see you. It's good to see everybody, by the way. I don't understand why. I don't understand why people are trying to help the law. New Jeans law like legal team because they're not doing so great. And I just think it's this desire for them to be right, and for everything that they believe about their bias or their idols to be right. And it's I've been here a while. Okay. Yeah, I think it really stems from a desire for them to not be put to shame, or for their idols to be okay and be in the right about this whole situation. And people basically saying, well, you guys that are on Hybe's side are quick to point out, what's wrong with New Jeans and Minhee Jin, but when it comes to Hybe or an Adore, you're not gonna call out the problems with that. Well, if I had seen any, I would have. In fact, there was a time where I thought I did see something. Y'all remember that media play video I made where I thought that what they was doing when they were paying a bunch of reporters to go to like these different Hybe events and give a good report. I thought that was media play, and people in the comments were saying, no, that's what companies do all the time. They, pay a bunch of reporters to go out and report on their company or whatever, and they say, hey, here's things that you can say and what you can't say. That's not media play. And on top of that, the article I got that from was from All K-Pop News. So yeah, you got to take them with a grain of salt. So after I looked at it, I was like, okay, well, yeah, maybe this isn't media play after all. If there was anything that they did wrong, I would have pointed it out. But they've been nothing but professional and cordial thus far. The only side that's been going at this whole thing with emotions and all this stuff has been Minhee Jin and New Jeans' side. And saying very crass things and, having an attitude and all this other stuff and talking about it's always been them. And as I said before, I initially was on no one's side, but I was saying that we should take New Jeans' comments seriously about the mistreatment. Initially, when I started talking about it for the first time, over time, I had come to believe everything they're saying about this mistreatment stuff is BS, because of everything that I've been looking into following that. And I think it's very weird when I see people say, I should have started this off by greeting everyone properly. I apologize. I'm just in full vent mode. It's annoying to see people say, well, no one will have the whole truth. None of us will know the whole truth. And to a degree, that's true. But every time the court comes out about something and they say something, that basically follows everything that we've been talking about on YouTube land about this whole situation and how wrong New Jeans' side has been and Minhee Jin's side has been. All it does is substantiate what we've been talking about. And I have a fear, this is the core of the video that I'm making, that I have a fear. Drink water. I know, you hear it, don't you? I feel it and you hear it. I can feel it right here. I have a feeling, and it's a bad fear that I have, that when the truth is given in small doses, or if the truth is just piled up on you and you can't resist it, people will still say, we will never know the whole truth. We will never know the whole truth. And I just, sometimes I feel like we overuse that statement. We'll never know the whole truth about something. And but in cases like these, I do feel like it's because people don't want to know the truth. They really don't. They would prefer that the truth not be known, so that it would not make their side look bad. I don't really care, to be perfectly honest with you. which side looks bad. I just care about the truth. Stop lying, Moonlight. You're biased. You're biased for Hybe. You're biased against New Jeans and all this stuff. No, 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 I'm not. I'm actually not. I'm actually not. It's just that everything I've seen is pointing to New Jeans' side being in the wrong about everything. And I can't just sit here and, be like, yep, but guess what? Hybe's got problems too. And get granted, all companies got problems. All companies. But the issues that we're addressing when it comes to the New Jeans stuff is mistreatment. Again, I'm still gonna put out that KG video, like what's the difference between KG situation and New Jeans situation. Because everything that KG said, she wasn't waiting to put out additional evidence. She put it all in that statement. All the stuff. Members are hurting themselves, self-harm. All of the practices that's going on. She put it all in there. And of course, we can get into the technicalities of that. Well, it's JYP USA. It's not JYP in Korea. You can't say it's JYP, which I have a problem with that narrative too. It is JYP USA. However, who taught these people how to train the idols? Who taught them? And was this not established, this subsidiary, was this not established by JYP, a Korean? Was this not established by the CEO or whoever of JYP? Shoot, JYP even gave Vicha their name. And all of a sudden, no, let's disassociate JYP from Vicha. Because JYP doesn't live in the US. Okay, well, we still need to talk about it because it's very important. There's a lot of differences here. Anyway, my point is, I think we're getting into this whole thing about no one has the truth, and no one's gonna know the truth, the whole truth. No one's gonna know, But when the truth happens to be on one side, and it's the side that you are against, you're going to not like that naturally. You're not going to like that. And you're going to be like, because all of the stuff that we've been talking about for months is starting to be validated by the court's ruling. Again, there's a whole video and a script that I'm putting together right now talking about all this. And I am going to put this video out at some point. And it's probably going to be late. Not my intention, but it's probably going to be late due to several things that's going on. But I am going to put it out because it's important. Very, very important. Let's see. I wish I had all of the information. I gotta find where I found it and then do some more stuff on it. But anyway, yeah, I just have a problem. That's what I was mainly wanting to talk about, was that I just have a problem with people constantly saying the same thing over and over again about how no one has the truth, no one will know the truth. And it's always, more often than not, it's coming from the side that is losing in all that's happening. Hybe will not do the same mistake as YG. They will agree to all BTS conditions to keep them, because once BTS leaves, Hybe shares will drop to the floor. Maybe, maybe. I don't know if all of Hype shares will drop to the floor. Um, if BTS truly is the bulk of their shares, then yeah. But I don't know. I don't know like what the stats are on that. Their parent only wants the money. It's gone to their heads. Yeah, I feel like, and y'all know me. I don't bash people or shame people, call people stupid and things like that. But I do feel like, where is your like where are these people's ability to think critically about this stuff without being biased for or against someone? The only reason why a lot of what I put out seems biased for Hype is because a lot of the evidence of the faults that have been coming out have to do with Min Jin and Nugent's side. Now, because Min Jin hasn't been in the spotlight, people are trying to disassociate Min Jin from the narrative, but I'm sorry, she's the one who started this whole mess. So forgive me for not, properly distancing the girls from their, supposed mom. But it just kind of bothers me when I see comments that say, oh, we'll never know the whole truth. And I'm just like, bruh, the truth is literally coming out bit by bit. What are you waiting for? What more, like, what ruling are you looking for particularly for them to rule on? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. These are the same people that keep saying that the court is bought by Hybe. Hybe paid the court. That's why the court's ruling against New Jeans. Because, like, the victims are always supposed to get justice. But New Jeans are not victims. Again, this additional evidence, and the air quote thing is going to be a thing for this live stream. I'm sorry, it's just going to be a thing because there's a lot of this going on in this whole thing. You can tell my frustration level is getting there. It's climbing. The additional evidence that they said that they were going to put out if Hybe or Adore or whatever did not meet to their demands to bring Min Jin back as CEO. They did the press conference. Remember the 26-page document when Eugene said, hey, we got demands. And we want, you to reply to the demands before such and such a date. And if you don't, we're going to, do all this and that and the other. Well, Adore brings a 26-page document to them before the due date, and none of them read it. They go right ahead and do a press conference. And then when one of the media people asks them about the additional evidence, what does Nugent say? Oh, we don't want to talk about that right now. So either you're stalling or you don't have any. But New Jeans is somehow still being done wrong at every turn. I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh, Haifa, you got finals. Let me see where are you at. They aren't smart about it because I didn't know. Oh, you got finals? Well, good luck. Good luck with your finals. I hope you pass. I hope anybody who's watching this, if you're doing finals, because I know a lot of people are doing like college stuff. I hope you pass. I really do. I didn't make it in college, but I hope you guys do. Where's my Moonlight? She is at work. She is at work at the moment. She's not off today. So I'm all alone. I'm all alone. But I'll let her know that you asked about her. I always make sure to let her know that y'all asked about her and y'all was wondered how she's doing. On a more positive news, who is excited for Big Hit's new boy group? Big Hit has a new boy group coming out. Maybe I'm just like, oh yeah, you're right, Chinese Noon. I'm not alone. You're right, I'm not alone. I have you guys. Thank you, Moon. I hate I hate assignments based finals. I agree with you. Actually, um, when I was in college, the assignments weren't that bad. It was the competency test, which was basically the finals of that semester. And mind you, the semester was only a month long. So they cram a bunch of information into your brain. And I guess you just hope it sticks. Of course, you got to take notes and everything, but sometimes the notes don't do it justice. So I know exactly what you mean. Those competency exams are not something that I like at all. But I wish you the best of luck, and I hope you pass. I really do. Um, there's a person that I follow. The channel is called Sweet Royal Law Hill. I always wanted to shout out this channel, so I'm gonna do it here. He's a Korean who is studying to be a lawyer, and he just finished his exams last year, like near the end of last year. So he's waiting for the results, and I think it's coming this month, like at the end of this month. And the reason why I go, it's like a study with me channel, but the reason why I go there is so that I can have time to study Korean, because I don't study Korean like I should be. So I go there and I study my Korean, and they have the study team there as well. So everybody in the chat, I know quite a bit of them because I talk to them or whatever. Most of them are just almost all of them are Korean, with the exception of a few people like me. Um, but I talk to all of them. They're really cool people. Um, but yeah, everybody's basically taking exams at this point, even in Korea. So, best of luck to everybody. And I've heard that becoming a lawyer in Korea is way harder. Like the bar exam in Korea is mountains harder than in America. Mountains harder. Um, you and me both, Moonlight. I'm late. I'm lazy and self teaching. Yeah. Exactly, exactly. I'm I'm not lazy, but I do procrastinate. I'm a big procrastinator, which is not good. Um, I like to be active and do stuff. I don't like to sit around because I don't like relaxing or resting. So when we have vacation time or my family and I go out to like the beach or go out somewhere and have vacation, I feel like I'm committing a crime. It's all in my head, right? But I just feel like I'm not. I should be using my time to do something more constructive, right? Which is bad. That's so bad. Man, I feel like it's the way I was brought up. I was brought up to, hey, you gotta hustle, you gotta work, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. You don't have time to, relax. You don't have time to do this, that, and the other. So maybe that's a part of it. But that's not a good thing to have. It's not a good way to live your life because you'll never enjoy anything. So yeah, I'm not lazy, but I am very procrastinating when it comes to doing the stuff that I need to be doing, like learning Korean, studying, and all that. But in my college, you don't even get to procrastinate because again, the course is a month long. That's it. You have no time. The holiday, you might have like a holiday, not like a weekend, or not even a week, just a day, and then back to school. Because it's like they want you in the school working, and they want you out as soon as possible, and that's kind of how they run that. Um, but I will never go. If I ever go back to college, I'm never going back to. I'm never going back to that college. I'm lazy. Yeah, well, self-teaching courses are a kind of like, it's like, oh, it's totally on you. It's totally on you. You have to be the one, right? And so that kind of puts a lot of pressure on you, and yeah, you will become complacent and sometimes, lazy at times. So yeah, I understand that completely. Um, SM isn't doing what they should for their artist. Oh, there's another conversation going on. I just hate reflective report. Like, I just hate reflective report. Like, why do I have to go and justify my report to my professor? you know, when I was writing, we had a writing class, and you have to cite your sources. That's kind of like the equivalent of justifying your report to the teacher. Is like you have to cite your sources. And I got the problem was not citing your sources. It's that you have to do it in a specific way. And that kind of got on my nerves. That kind of got on my nerves a little bit. But I mean, you suck it up and you do it because that's what is required of you in order to make the grade. But it's very annoying. It's very annoying. I hated it. I have a week break before I have summer course. I just want to graduate already. I understand. I've been there, and I didn't get to graduate because I dropped out. I dropped out. I don't talk about that story much because I was in a very dark place at that time. But I dropped out because they, well, whoever y'all have been here, y'all know the story because I've said it before. But yeah, it wasn't meant for me. It wasn't meant for me to be there in the first place. And that's just kind of how I take it. But just because my story had a bad ending doesn't mean that everybody's story is going to have a bad ending. So, are you going to buy tickets for Shiny's concert at their anniversary? I am contemplating it because at the moment I don't really have. I'm trying to save the money that I get, and I don't get money often, especially from like YouTube stuff. And I don't want to put it on somebody else to pay it. So if my mom decides she wants to, then that's fine and we can watch it together. But if not, probably not. Probably not. But I would love to, but I'm trying to behave and save. I'm trying to behave and save. Because I got to pick myself up off the ground, financially speaking. Do anything you can. Watch with your mom. I'm gonna get when it's available and be on live. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Hopefully I can. Hopefully we both can. But yeah. I hate that I have to hold this stupid thing. I wish I could just... But I really can't find the thing that attaches to the ring light. So I think my sister has it because she borrowed my ring light. And she detached it. But she didn't, I feel like I have water and I just don't know where it is. But anyway. Yeah, but that was my biggest. Also, Onu has new song and album coming out. Oh, yes. That's what I'm talking about. I'm looking forward to that. Come on. More music. That's what I want. More music. Um, I would drop out too if I wasn't. Wait. I would drop out too if it wasn't for the fact that for my graduation to even get interview, you have to. Yeah. That's true. Stick with it. Well, I can try to balance it on something, but it's probably not going to look all that great. Oh, God. Rotate the screen. Rotate the screen. I mean, it's telling me to rotate the screen, but it's not doing it with me. It's not doing it. It's not doing what I want. It's not going to do it for me. Okay, well, I guess I'll just... Anyway, I'm going to stop fiddling with it because it's not going to do what I want. If I could rotate the screen and you guys could see me fine, then I wouldn't mind doing it, but it's not going to do it for me. It's not going to do it for me. I can feel it. It's not doing it. His new song is called Mad, and it's in English. Hey. But yeah, I really don't understand. I just don't understand how, like, when people say we'll never know the whole truth. That thing bothers me, y'all. Sometimes, and listen, this is probably why it's good that I don't respond to a lot of comments these days, because, yes, I'm trying to be wise here. Not all comments are meant to be responded to, because sometimes when you respond to comments, it gets into like the territory that you don't want to get into when it comes like arguing, and somebody calls you like stupid names and attacks your character instead of attacking your arguments because they're just pissed off and you don't know why. It's just weird. So I try to avoid comments like engaging. Um Not all comments are bad. I'm just saying, like, for the most part, I'm trying to be smart because I don't have the time, honestly, to spend talking to people for hours and hours and hours, because we're not going to get anywhere. Nobody's going to convince anyone of their perspective. I will understand your perspective, but I'm not going to agree with it, and you trying to make me agree with it is just dumb. And me trying to make you agree with what I'm saying is also dumb. So why go through with it? Why even bother talking about it? So it's like, put your opinion out there and then let it be, right? And if somebody wants to challenge you on your opinion, that is up to you if you want to respond or not. You don't have to. And I think a lot of times we feel like we have to respond. I'm not just talking about me, like a content creator. I'm talking about like people in general who put comments on someone's video. They feel like they when someone addresses their argument, they feel like they have to respond, and you don't always have to respond. That's what I always say. The art of having a civil argument is the art of having a civil argument is dying with the age of the internet. No, really, it is. Because on the internet, a lot of people don't have a civil argument these days. I go to X, you'll see. Woo! There's certain areas of X that are not volatile or hostile, and those are the areas that I choose to be in. The only reason why I even got X is because my friend Mochi-san has X, and I communicate with Mochi-san and Ayaka-san and Donkey-san and all my Japanese friends. I communicate with them on X. That's it. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have it. Because why do I want X? I don't even post things unless it's related to like Elden Ring. That's it. And maybe my art, which I actually do want to show you guys my art for a minute, because I am working on that picture, and I decided to just like grit my teeth and go through with working on the picture and finishing it. I'm gonna finish it this year. I'm not gonna wait or procrastinate anymore. X is absolute. Wait, X is obsolete. Oh, if you ask me. I don't mind X. I don't mind X. I don't use it as excessively as a lot of other people would. So it fits the purposes that I have need of it for. And the only purposes that I have need of it for is to communicate with my Japanese friends, and that's it. I would get Blue Sky if my Japanese friends had Blue Sky, or if there was someone that I was communicating with that had Blue Sky. But yeah, I don't, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I wanted to come on here and just complain. No, not really, not really. Just vent. It's a difference. Because I don't mind that anyone is on New Jeans' side. Technically, I am on their side, but I told you guys my parameters for being on their side. I'm on their side in the sense that they need help and they need to get away from all of this, and that they need to wake up and realize that they've been used, abused, and mistreated mentally and psychologically by a woman, a grown 40-something-year-old woman who has an issue with girls, with young people. Something's wrong with that woman, really. And I just think that they need to wake up and realize they've been pawns. Some people are arguing that they've been pawns for both sides. I don't know what they're talking about, because Hive didn't do anything to them. Everything that they've done has been self-sabotage, and people are just blaming Hive or blaming Adore because they were under Adore. But it's not really Adore's fault. Adore would never self-sabotage a group, or Hive in general would never self-sabotage, should I say sabotage, not self-sabotage, sabotage a group that they have under their label when that group is making them tons of money. Why would you do that? I mean, it's like people want us to believe that Hybe is just that dumb, or so not caring about their artists that they would willingly throw New Jeans out there, not caring whatsoever about the money that they're making from New Jeans. And I'm not saying that Hybe cares more about New Jeans, the people, than the money that they're making off of them, as it is how companies are. But at the same time, blaming Hybe for the current situation of New Jeans when it wasn't Hybe's fault. Hybe just happens to be the label that they were under. Just sounds off. So we'll never know the truth. No, we will. We will know the truth. It's coming out little by little. And if you choose to willfully deny the truth that we've all been saying, you're advocating for girls. And then this is something that just comes to my mind. Like, you're advocating for girls who basically blamed people like me for, or should I say accused people like me of being paid by Hybe or getting information from Hybe or Adore. Like Adore or Hybe's contacting K-tubers and content creators to lie for them. That's the length that they're going to. And like I said earlier, there's bunnies who are literally telling other bunnies, hey, Let's make up some, bring some evidence to New Jeans' law firm, their legal team, to help their legal team because their legal team is messing up. That's how desperate they've gotten. One side of the fandom of bunnies sent protest trucks to Hybe, advocating for New Jeans to return to Hybe. Are those bunnies traitors? Traitors to the cause? Or are they developing a brain? Are those the ones that are smart, right? Then again, I shouldn't say that because that's implying the other side's dumb, and I don't want to do that. But okay, using their brain. How about that? I'm trying to be nice because I feel like the bunny fandom is a lot of young people, and I don't want to be like a bully to these young people. I want them to like think. I want them to think. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. Chinese New Year, I might be breaking stuff today again. I want them to think though. Did you read that info I gave you on the legal side of BTS, legal side for BTS, and the court cases they're doing? I have not yet, actually. When did you send me that? I feel like I haven't been keeping up with a lot of stuff lately. I feel a bit off these days, so I do apologize. I do. Let me just, one second here. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it. God, did it? I reacted to it, didn't I? I reacted to this, and I did. Oh, I read it, but I just hadn't said anything yet. Yeah, I read it. I just Okay, so I'll probably end up talking about it in a video, just kind of giving a summary, basically, and giving my thoughts because I haven't like might have to travel to America. Yeah, well, you know. Technically, I don't own a passport either. I have to buy one. I gotta get me one. I really do, cause I do want to travel. Gotta get me one. But yeah, um, it just bothers me to see comments like that. Not my phone not recognizing my face. It just really bothers me. The K-pop companies are idiots, unfortunately. No, an entity can't be an idiot. The people in it can be idiots, but the entity itself, the corporation, the machine, that's why they call it the machine, because that's what it is. It's run by people, but the machine can't be replaced. The people can. And then, unfortunately, you can actually separate the people from the machine, and the machine will still be what it is, even if you replace the CEO with another CEO. The machine will be the machine, regardless. But no, a machine can't be an idiot. Thank you for coming, Ninguk. I appreciate you being here as always. Take care of yourself. Don't be like me, coughing and choking up here. Take care of yourself. Yeah, I just But yeah, that was the whole rant that well, the video has a little bit more of the rant in it. I'm still editing it. But the reason why I decided to do a live stream was because the video that I'm editing, get some water, Moonlight. I will get some water, okay? Let me just make sure. I don't know if I want to drink this or not. This doesn't look doesn't sound like it's water that yep, not drinking that. I'm gonna have to get some new water. Well, I'm just gonna go without water for a while. YG and SM were the main contributors to the machine, and I would say but the machine is not stupid. If it was, it wouldn't have survived 30 years. Yeah, that's a good point, Haifa. That's a good point. If the machine was stupid, it would not have survived for as long as it has. But yes, the people that are running the machine, the replaceable people, yeah, they're the stupid ones, and I don't mind calling them stupid. I don't mind calling them stupid, especially when they're running a very dangerous ship. Companies in general are not, let me be careful here. Let me be careful here, because I don't want to how do I say this? I don't want to be one of the people that's putting out some narrative that companies are always evil. Because here we have an issue with Hybe and Adore and New Jeans. And this company has so far not been argumentative, rude, disrespectful in any kind of way. The only people that have been disrespectful to these girls is Min Hee Jin, because she literally talked about them in a really, really bad way, and then acted like she didn't know it, like the context of the conversation that she had years ago with whoever she was talking to about them. But either way, Hybe hasn't really treated them badly. So, and again, because I say that, people are going to be like, you're a Hybe stan. I just don't see anything pointing to Hybe being at fault for mistreatment. That's all. The whole point of this is, did Hybe mistreat New Jeans, and is the contract null and void, or is it still valid? And the court has been ruling so far that the contract is not null and void, and that it's still valid, and that they need to return to Adore. So, but I don't think the machine survived past 6th gen, not because of stupidity, but because of other factors. Yeah, that's probably true. Hopefully they won't sink. But yeah, so you guys got some stuff to look forward to. I've got the Taemin, was it the Unknown Sea song review analysis, I guess. Mind you, because I was sick, you're probably not good. Maybe you'll understand some of what I'm saying, and maybe some of it might, not click quite well. So I apologize for that, but I really wanted to do that video and talk about it even while sick. That's how excited I was to do it. But you've got that, and then you've got this new video that just kind of came out of my frustration for that narrative of, oh, we'll never know the truth. Oh, we'll never know the truth. I'll probably title the video that, we'll never know the truth. Like, the misuse of that little we'll never know the truth thing. And I really do feel like it's a coping mechanism for these people. We'll never know the truth. And it's like deep down, that statement was made out of a desire to not want anyone to really know the truth, because so far everything is pointing to your side being the guilty party in this. And so you saying we don't want to, like, no one will know the truth, it almost feels like you don't want people to, like, you don't want the truth to come out because you don't want your side to look bad. And if you were really for the truth, you wouldn't care. But because you care more about your, the biases than you do about the truth, you would prefer that the truth be concealed so as to spare the embarrassment of your party. And so that's why I'm like, no, I don't care if Hybe is wrong or right. I don't care if New Jeans is wrong or right. I just want the truth. When the truth comes out, that's when everything gets resolved. I don't give a crap about the I told you so's. I don't give a crap about see. I don't really care. All I care about is the truth. And so far, the truth has been on Hybe's and Adore's side. And that's what I'm seeing. It's not a bias. It's not me trying to see it. That's literally what's happening. And so to deny that fact because you're biased towards New Jeans and you're like a bunny and you want to support New Jeans even to the collapse of their own career by self-sabotage. What can I say? Bunnies are so scared of looking stupid that they are making fools of themselves. That's how I see it. I mean, literally, sorry, Shines Nuna, I see your comment now. Good, that's a song I love. I love Taemin's album. Yes, that song is a beautiful song. And I think the best thing about it is that Taemin's voice takes center stage in that song. That's why I like it so much. It basically shows us the vocal evolution and capability of Taemin. The music is for dramatic effect. It has like a Bruno Mars kind of ethereal sound to it, especially with the backing vocals. But it's ultimately for us to peer into the window to his soul, which is Taemin's voice. I even put this in the video, but they say that the eyes of a person are a window to the soul. The eyes are a window to the soul. Well, Taemin's voice is a window to his soul, and so he allows us to peer into his soul by us hearing his voice, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. And it's funny because people don't really talk about Taemin's ballads as much as they do about his performance and his dancing and stuff. But his ballads are really good. I don't think he has one bad ballad. And I'm not even being subjective. Like, that's the truth. I don't think he has one bad ballad at all. Like, all of Taemin's ballads are beautiful. Freaking golden. Like, freaking golden. Rise is one of my favorites. Like, Rise is just... You talking about dramatic? Anyway. I'd say the door to the soul, you just want to walk right in. Yeah. Yeah. You just want to walk right in. I mean, they opened it. He opened it with his voice, so... If you don't walk in, you're missing it. You're missing it. They probably will most of those loud bunnies are most likely kids. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that a lot of them are young people. Because that's what it's attracting. That's what's attracting them to New Jeans, is that New Jeans represents the youth, right? And yeah, I think probably a large demographic are kids. Of course, there are the older people that are also in that fandom too. But that just makes them look bad because they're too freaking old to be this childish. They're too old to be this childish. So, but yes, I do think the majority of them are young people who are trying to advocate for these girls. Again, there's a petition for, well, it's not a petition for real, but it's basically a statement from a bunny saying that we need to bring out some evidence to stack against Hybe or stack against the door for New Jeans. And we need to send this evidence to their legal team, as if they can do a better job at being lawyers than New Jeans' legal team, which they can't, because, again, where are they going to get this information from, this additional evidence from? They're just going to make it up. Because, like, why do you need to help? This, honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. This actually kind of, if you think about it critically, this actually proves that what New Jeans said about the additional evidence is a lie. Because if the fandom is trying to grab some evidence from the ether somewhere to bring to their legal team, which is wrong, you can't really do that. If I'm not mistaken, you can't present things like that in that way. But I could be wrong in court. I could be wrong about that. I'm not a legal professional person in the legal field, but if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if that doesn't sound legal to me. Especially when the evidence is not, like, if it's fake, it just makes their side look worse. Anyway, the biggest issue is that it disproves what New Jeans was saying about additional evidence. Because if you've got the fandom reaching out to the legal team and saying, here, take this, here, take this, here, take this. This is something that we found. Look, something that we found. Then that means that New Jeans didn't have any additional evidence to begin with, which is why the bunnies are trying to help. Because they believe that New Jeans are legitimately the group that's going to destroy this narrative of mistreatment in the K-pop industry. It's not helping. You're not helping your group by doing this. You're really not. You're really not. You're not helping your group at all. You're actually making them look worse. And again, there's like a portion of bunnies that have turned against the bunny agenda and have sent protest trucks to tell Hybe, or to, I guess, to tell Hybe to take New Jeans back, or had New Jeans need to go. I don't know why they're sending it to the Hybe building unless New Jeans is in the Hybe building, because the messages on the trucks are actually going towards New Jeans, saying, New Jeans, you need to go back to Hybe. But New Jeans will never do that. I mean, the court has ruled that they have to. As far as I know, the court has ruled that they have to, so we'll see what happens. But, yeah, it's just not looking good for them and for their side. And that's why you've got people on their side coming out saying, oh, we'll never know the whole truth. We'll never get the whole truth. It'll always just be your opinion versus my opinion. And there'll never be a fact. Because there's no such thing as facts right now. It's just opinions and stuff. But when people's educated guesses based on the information starts being substantiated by the court, is it just opinion at that point? Or is it a fact and you have to concede? No, I don't have to concede. We don't know the whole truth. Nobody knows the whole truth. And this is going to keep going. That's my problem. This is going to keep going. Remember Woojin? everybody said that Woojin was, well, not everybody, but a lot of the people that once supported Woojin turned on Woojin and started saying that he was this and he was that, and he abuses the members, and he was how do I keep this PG-13? He was playing with himself while watching a girl group dance and all this other stuff that they were saying he was doing. And he's a woman abuser or whatever and all that stuff because he was trying to like come on to these girls in this bar or whatever. And when it was proven that none of that stuff was true, did those people drop it? No. They still kept talking about how he's still this and he's still that when it was still not true. So if those people are still doing that to this day and calling him stuff that has already been proven to be false, what more from the bunnies saying, well, we'll never know the whole truth, even when the truth is staring you in the face? It's like you're saying, well, it's an opinion, as if to disprove something that's... The only reason why you even say that is because a lot of what has been coming out is true. And it's all stuff that we've already talked about. And you're just trying to convince us in some way that it's still opinion. A lot of this stuff is being made true and brought to light. It's only a matter of time. And I don't know why people are acting like this. If they lied about Ignore Her Gate, which, funny enough, Haifa, I think they did because they showed the camera footage of all of the girls bowing to Honey, and they did not see the whole Ignore Her thing. So I think that Honey made that up, which makes her look worse and makes New Jeans as a whole look worse. And people saying that New Jeans are completely innocent, mind you, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be straight up honest with y'all. I was one of the ones that was saying that New Jeans, they're not guilty of anything. They're not guilty of anything because they were manipulated. True that they probably might have been manipulated. They might have been, honestly. Maybe we won't know the truth of that, but with everything that's come out, it's not hard to conclude that. But that aside, what they have done on their own, and the stuff that they've said, and how disrespectful they've been, can we blame, we can blame, I guess, the people who are their role models, who they look up to, but ultimately, they are, for the most part, most of them are adults at this point. Shielding them and protecting them is probably not the best thing for them. So, whilst I was initially like, oh, they're innocent, they're more innocent than Minhee Jin, which I believe they are more innocent than Minhee Jin, but that does not mean that they're innocent completely. I changed my tune on that. When that live stream came out, when they did that live stream, they took the nail themselves, and that's what they did. They took the nail and the hammer, and they beat that nail into the coffin. And I was like, oh, crap. It's over. Y'all done messed yourselves up. You messed yourselves up completely. But no, we're going to blame Hybe for it. Blame Hybe. Well, Hybe did it. Hybe didn't make them go in a live stream and do that. Okay? Hybe did not make them do that. Stop blaming Hybe for stuff they didn't do. Just because Hybe was the label that they were under. That's not how that works. Okay. I just realized that my playlist had been updated since January. This thing. They lied about the Ignore Her Gate. That was one of their main agreement. I think it's arguments. Why do you think that they Any legit argument. Yeah, that's true. School needs to teach deductive reasoning in schools again, because did they ever teach deductive reasoning in school back when I was in school? I don't think so. They should. I'm concerned. I'm concerned too. I genuinely. I feel like the more like the how do I say this? I feel like with every generation that comes out, there's a loss of brain cells in some way. That's the best way I can put it. Um, if they want to be stupid and ruin their career to the point that uh, their contract gets terminated, and they end up back in obscurity, it's their own fault. Yeah, it is their own fault. That's true. We can't really blame Minhee Jin for everything that's happened, because though Minhee Jin, I do believe strongly, is the manipulator, New Jeans took her side and doubled down on it. It wasn't so much that they took her side. I expect that from people who have been manipulated. It's that they doubled down with everything that they've done. They've doubled down. That press conference they had when it was just them, they doubled down. And they kind of sealed their own fate. So even if Adore takes them back, I have no idea what Adore's going to do with them. But you can't blame them if they decide to put them in the basement until their contract expires. You can't blame them at this point. I mean, unless you're biased. Unless you're biased. Make sure your battery for your phone is fully charged, Moonlight, in case you forget. Oh no, it's plugged. Yeah, it's plugged. My phone is plugged to this thing, so the battery won't run out. But good looking out, because there were times when I would have this thing plugged, but it wasn't actually doing what it was supposed to do. But yeah, that was my concern that I wanted to share with all of you with this whole thing. I want to argue that I want to argue that most K-pop groups have debuted super young, and this is the first time I've experienced a situation like this in the 12th year. Sorry, in the 12 years I have been into K-pop, but most K-pop groups didn't have Minhee Jin. Well, yeah, most K-pop groups didn't have Minhee Jin as far as like a CEO, but Red Velvet, Shiny, FX, NCT Dream, and maybe a few others. She has been the creative director for all of those SM groups. So maybe not on a CEO level where she could have more influence, but from a creative director standpoint, in SM, the history of Minhee Jin is, splattered all across. So, and I will say this as well. I don't advocate for people calling Minhee Jin a P-file. Y'all know what I mean. And this is based on some comments I saw. I don't advocate for people calling her a P-file, because I don't want nobody coming for me talking about, we're gonna sue you because of something that some commenter said in your comment section. Basically accusing you and of being a P-file. I never said she was. I said that a lot of the things that she's done has been kind of towing the like how do I say it? On the line somewhere of like weird P-file-ish behavior. I didn't call her that. I just said some of the stuff she's done and some of the stuff we've seen, like the collage of young girl actresses all over your wall in your house or whatever. Not the wall, but the walls of your house. That's for a 40-something-year-old woman who doesn't have any kids. It's kind of weird. Um, it really is. It's weird. And of course, you'll try to spin the narrative that, well, it's for creative purposes. You know, they inspire me. But I'm just like, why don't you get inspired by the people, like the young people that you're working with? Not like having a bunch of collages. Well, okay, actually, never mind. I take that back because that wouldn't be good either. Because what if she just had a collage of a bunch of like young K-pop groups on her walls, like underage K-pop groups in these I'm trying to be PG-13, but the suggestive photography stuff that she had Shiny doing during the Sherlock stuff, and the fact that they under her supervision had to dial down on the musculature of some of the members, like Jung Hyun, for example, because she wanted them to have a boyish look. Now, mind you, they were already boys; they weren't grown. So, you know, I always view it like this. There's a golden rule in K-pop, at least in my mind, where you don't take your shirt off and do all that stuff until you get to like your mid to late 20s and, you know, 30s. Because, like, that's when the grown folks music, K-pop music come out, right? That's when the songs like Auditoy, Auditoy, Hisungan, Booty-ya, Booty-ya. That's when that stuff comes out, right? The sexy stuff, right? You don't do it when they're young. You don't have the shirts off and all that stuff when they're young. Okay, you don't do that then. You do it later when they're grown. So it's just weird, the whole like Sherlock thing. And it's all been coming back because of Min Hee Jin, you know, and all that stuff. But she's, for the most part, been out of the talks. Because she's like I said, she's getting a low profile, which is good for her. Stay low, young love. Let me see. I want to. Oh wait, I read that already. I don't think she is a PDF file, but she just glamorizes youth. Yeah. Exactly. It's like she's very obsessed with it. She's very upset. Now, mind you, South Korea is obsessed with youth. I'm not going to lie. South Korea is obsessed with looking young and that's why you got, you know, people who are in their 40s, 50s or so getting plastic surgery to look younger. You know that's not how they really look. But they're so obsessed with youthful look and defying their age and all that. But Min Hee Jin kind of takes it to a whole nother level with how she over-romanticizes the youthful, like the little boy, little girl concepts. It's like a weird, unnatural obsession. And we've seen it in a lot of the imagery involving NCT Dream with that my last video that they did, where they're little boys that are obsessed with their teacher and like kind of have a crush. Now listen, when I was young, coming up, you know, we had a female teacher who was fine. We was like, hey, she fine, like, right? We was like, hey. Our teacher is like the best looking teacher in this school. Like, Jesus. And yes, there would be kids that would make inappropriate comments like, would you hit that? Would you hit that? I would hit that. Stuff like that, which is not good. Let me just be very clear. That's not good. I'm not promoting that. I'm just saying that can happen. But when when the concept becomes when the concept becomes that in a K-pop song, in a music video, and there's a grown woman that's making this concept, it just, I don't know. And then what they were dressed in, like, y'all saw the picture, right? These little Boy Scout looking shorts that were hiked up, and they just looked so, it was like they were wearing clothes that did not fit their bodies, because these guys aren't, like, they were young, but they weren't that young to be wearing these little Boy Scout looking outfits. It was just weird. She has a weird obsession. Weird obsession. Let me make sure I'm caught up with the comments. Her signature work is youth. Wait. There was something I did not read completely. I don't think she's a PDF file, but she just glamorizes youth, and is obsessed with it to the degree she's recreated groups, with groups with her. Sorry, groups. I think I know what you're saying. Don't worry, I got you. I got you. Her signature work is youth love concepts. Yeah. Like, I don't know how to best describe it, but yeah, I got exactly. It's young love. Yeah, young love. But in like the weirdest way. Anyway, if I remember right, the boys hated that concept and that half nude photo. Yes, I don't think they liked that concept at all. But they can't say nothing against it because under contract you can't say you know. Chinese Nuno, why do I feel she is the one that started? Sorry, y'all. Give me a minute. I'm trying to read this while like reading it through myself. So it's like some of the letters don't appear. Okay, let me see. Chinese Nuna. Why do I feel she is the one that started encourage Kai to start wearing crop top, even though he is. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that would be interesting though. But guess what? Ever since Kai wore crop top, every other guy in K-pop has been trying to wear crop tops because Kai like kind of set a trend. New Jeans, well, I'll put it this way: Mini Jin is good with like keeping up with trends and reviving old trends and making them relevant. But I'm not going to deny that she has an eye for like really really interesting things. But sometimes there's a line that you don't cross with creativity, and yeah, I'm not saying the crop top is that line. I'm saying that the New Jeans stuff and the Red Velvet and all that stuff, that there's a line you don't cross with that stuff. Let me see, what time is it? Let's see, 1 hour 24 minutes. Not bad, not bad. I really do wish I could put this blasted thing down. Let me see if I can't put it down because if I do, it's just gonna. I don't want the cord to be bent. And if I put it, let me see, because I'm not actually looking at the thing. Let me see. What's it gonna do if I do this? What's it gonna do? What's it gonna do? Oh yeah, I'm not doing that. Sorry. Never mind. Have you noticed how Kai's latest photo shoot images makes him resemble a young blonde Taman? You know, it's funny. I actually, when I saw his music video, it kind of gave me like young Taman vibes. It actually did. It actually did. This is so annoying. Hold on. This is frustrating. This is frustrating. Um There we go. I'm just gonna turn the camera off for a minute because I'm tired of holding it. I'm just gonna turn it off for a minute. I'm tired of holding this thing. That's what I should have did on the live stream in the first place. Just turn the freaking camera off. All right. Now you can hear my voice only and not see me, but it's okay. I'm still here. You need a spare holder. I do. I do need a spare holder. You're right. You're right. I need to make me an avatar and just have him show up when I when I have problems. Why are you buffering? What's going on here? No buffering. No buffering, okay? No buffering, please. But yeah, that's... Oh, don't worry. I understood what you were saying, because that's... Or Wubin. Or how SM fusion to look like look of Wubin on Wubin. Oh, Wanbin. Got you. Yeah, I think that's you know, I don't have a problem with it, but it's kind of like it really does look like the younger version of Taman from like, would you say, I don't know, maybe Pressure Number era or something like that, or maybe even like before that, the young blonde Taman era that was like from, yeah, I think maybe before Pressure Number. It was more like Danger, and that's kind of what that's given me. But I've always thought that Kai looked great with blonde hair. He looks awesome. He looks like a freaking anime character. Send me an image you want to use, Moonlight, and I can make you JPEG edit if you like. Okay, I'll do that. I gotta find a good image, but I can do that for sure. Let's see. Oh, I can. Well, I'm not gonna do that anyway. I'm not gonna do that anyway. But yeah, oh god, my hands feel so free now. So free. The thumbnail of this live stream is a picture that I drew that a lot of you have seen. But the reason why I was gonna make that the thumbnail was because I'm gonna show you guys a picture that I was working on, and how I am highly considering making an art channel as well because of what I've been doing with art. Well, it was to say after all the disrespect and blacklisting that SM have targeting towards JYJ, it's funny how they have been trying to recreate. Yes, they have. with NCT's Taehyung. They tried to do it with even Kai. I think they said Kai from EXO is supposed to kind of have the look that Jaejong J Lord, I can't say these people's name right now, but you know who I'm talking about, Jaejong or whatever. They tried to have who else? There's somebody else that I think from the one of the guys from Rise. They've been trying to recreate Irene with Karina. Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have. It is pretty ironic, right? But no, but you mean no one's ever gonna like even it's not even just that. It's like they were trying to recreate the success of like TVXQ with groups like EXO and NCT, right? And it almost completely came crashing down with EXO because of the Chinese members being mistreated and the whole marketing strategy of EXO. And that's why I keep harping on the marketing strategy of EXO because it was beautiful. It was great. It would have kept me immersed. And I know because that's how I felt when I was immersed in EXO, like really really heavily. It was because of how they marketed them, how they advertised it. You know, you've got XOM and then you've got XOK, and they're basically two halves of a coin, right? They come from different worlds. There's a whole narrative behind it. They have powers or whatever. They're from the exoplanet or whatever, which is two planets that when the eclipse happens, the two forces become one, and it creates exo, like completely. And that was great. And then they destroyed it because they were mistreating the Chinese members. And I'm just like, God have mercy. SM dropped the ball because it was really, really good. The concept was great. If I ever make like an essay, a video essay about like how something so good can be turned into something so stupid, or just like you fail completely with the follow through of what started out as a perfect way to get fans immersed in a group, it would be about EXO. Straight up about EXO. Cause they did it was great. I wanted to go and see EXO in concert because of the whole narrative of the 12 forces and all that stuff, the tree of life and all this stuff. Now I knew it was fake, but it was immersive and fun. It was theatrical. It was dramatic. And the talent of these guys made it even better. And they ruined it. They ruined it. They just pulled the rug from under my feet. I just fell flat on my face. So no. Yeah, I again, I kind of got off the deep end there. I lost track of what I was talking about. What I was talking about is that SM was trying to recreate, and I guess still are trying to recreate the success of TVXQ with groups like EXO and NCT. But the problem is you're also unintentionally recreating the failure because you're not solving the problem of how do we keep the members together. NCT 127 for the most part, NCT with the exception of Tail, NCT 127 is still together. NCT Wavy is still together. However, there's a problem. And honestly, I think they're trying to recreate the success of TVXQ and EXO with NCT, because Wavy, you can't tell me that Wavy's not being mistreated. How many albums have they come out with in the span of Wavy's lifetime? Like in the entirety of Wavy's existence. It makes no sense. And this is why I have an issue with SM. I can't really I can't speak to much about Hybe or whatever, because I wasn't really that I guess invested, you could say, into what Hybe, or even Big Hit for that matter, was doing. But it's easier to kind of like gauge Big Hit, because before Hybe there was Big Hit, and before any other groups there was BTS. And so since Big Hit only had one group, that's easy to kind of see. But Hybe is a bit different, because it's a I don't know, how do you say, it's a label that's comprised of multiple different subsidiary labels that have their own thing going on. So it's very it's very hard to even speak on something that intricate. But SM, and granted, I think SM has maybe a few subsidiaries as well, possibly. I think that I don't know fully, but I just know SM in general has been just ridiculous. Ridiculous. By the way, for those who are coming in, I turned my camera off because I'm holding on to my phone and I don't feel like holding on to it. And if I put my phone down, you're not going to see anything. So I just got the camera down with the camera off or whatever. Like how they've been trying to recreate Irene. Yep. From Yep, Wanbin from Rise. That's right. Yep. He's the one. He's the one in that group. Yet you also, Mama wasn't a well-received debut, even though it was a popular concept for boy groups at that time. I think one of the reasons why Mama was not well received, I loved it personally, but not everybody is Moonlight, so I think it was not well received because maybe it just wasn't, I guess, conceptual wise. I don't know, maybe the song just wasn't hitting for a lot of people. Maybe it felt like it was a bit behind the times. And it's something that would have come out in like second gen, which I could see. Second gen would have done something like this, probably. But I liked it though. I loved it. I loved Mama. But again, you know, different strokes for different folks, I guess. NCT and aespa concepts and storylines were great. Sorry, y'all. I'm dealing with this bird up here. Stupid bird. NCT and aespa's concepts and storylines were great, but they're trying to forget about their group storylines. Yeah. I've seen that they're kind of pushing the storyline and thematic narratives to the side, which I don't think that's a good idea. I think y'all should keep the thematic storylines and the concepts and stuff. I like that. It makes for a better experience with immersion. Mama called the doctor. Shiny's new shiny show. Shiny show. Huh? Wait a minute. Is this because I have Shiny's new? Okay, okay. I was about to say, why is your name Shiny Show on here? It's because I have the Google Translate is activated. That's why. That's why it says Shiny Show. That's why. Yep, that's why. Okay, all right. You know, one of EXO's MVs has an actual ghost in the background of the MV. It's so fast. Yeah, they've talked about it. I think it's Growl. I think it's Growl. I looked at it, but I didn't. I don't know about that one. That's. I don't know about that one. But I've heard a lot of talks. It's Growl, the Growl music video. They said there was a ghost peering through one of the windows or something. It's so fast you miss it if you don't know. I mean, maybe it's a ghost. I don't know. I don't think it is, but you know, it could be. Dream is still together, but I will never forgive them for removing Mark. A lot of people were mad about that. A lot of people were mad about that. Yeah, they had the graduation system where, you know, if you when you reach a certain age or whatever, they kick you out of NCT Dream and they put you in 127, and people were like, "Nah, keep Mark in." But didn't Mark go back to Dream though? I think Mark went back to Dream. He's in 127 and Dream, I think. But at the same time, yeah, I think Mark should have just stayed in Dream and not went to 127, because now that SM was like, okay, fine, we're gonna put him back in Dream, but he's still in 127 as well. Now he's working double time, and people have now been complaining that Mark has been overworked. One of the most overworked members of NCT is Mark. He's one of the most popular members too. Uh, I believe William Infinite and Mystic Story Billy are sub. Ah, okay, okay. I think it was Call Me Baby. It was Growl. Oh yeah, Growl in the train scene. Yeah, the building that they had, that they were doing the dance thing to. What is it? The performance version or whatever. That was funny because I did the performance version actually was the better version of that music video. I forgot that they even made a Growl like theatrical music video. I had forgotten completely about that. The graduation system was haunted, especially their dance practice rooms. Yes, I've heard the stories about that too. The haunted dance practice rooms and stuff. The graduation system is the stupidest concept. K-pop companies tried to implement. It's a dumb system. That's why a lot of fans don't like it. Haechan too. I feel bad for them both. 2 years ago, Haechan had to go on hiatus because he had heart problems because of being over. Yes, the industry. I don't want to go on a whole rant about the industry, but the industry is really brutal. Jung Tae. Jung Tae has arrived. Sorry I'm late. May have to rush off due to work. I wanted to say hi to everybody. It's good to see you, Jung Tae. And if you have to rush off to work, no problem. No problem. Um, Taman had to Taman had a run in one time in the practice room, and Onu had a run in their old dorm too. Yeah, kind of. I actually makes me recall the time when Onu passed out because the light, something. It was this big, huge light thing fell. This was years ago. Years ago. I mean, like early shiny days, and Onu passed out, like he fainted because that light. I don't know what I can't quite remember what happened, but Onu like literally just passed out and fainted. You excited about Kai? When I tell you, I was like jumping for joy because Kai was back. I've been waiting for this man to come back. When I tell you I've been waiting, it feels like he's been in the military longer than anybody else. I mean, he was gone for a long time. I feel like it was been three years. I know it's not been 3 years, but it feels like it. I was like, oh my god, when is he coming back? Look, almost all the Monster X members are back. All we're waiting for now is Hyungwon. I think Hyungwon and Hyungwon and is that it? Juhan got out. Kihyun is out. Yeah, I think Hyungwon's the only one that's missing. So he'll when he comes out, all of Monster X will be back together. I know Monster X is not a very popular group in South Korea, but in the United States and other parts of the West, Monster X is like a big deal. Why am I? Oh God, have mercy on me. Why was talk so? Um. Oh, by the way, I've been hearing, and this is not to. Aren't most of ATs out too? I didn't even realize that ATs went to the military. When did they go to the military? Wow. Where have I been? Where have I been? I had no idea that the monitor fell during an EXO concert, crushing two dancers. I was so angry watching that. I was so angry. Wait. Let me go back. Because I'm moving stuff around. I apologize. I can turn this off. Oh, that feels so much better. Oh. I remember when a monitor fell during an EXO concert, crushing two dancers. I was so angry watching that. Somehow, this live had become how much SM has fell. Yeah, it's become that. It started out with people saying, "Oh, we'll never know the truth about what's going on with New Jeans," and it turned into like SM, the failures of SM, the constant failures of SM. Again, like I said, SM, YG, JYP are the three most petty companies I'm sure there's some others as well. I've heard some stories. I've heard that those three companies, the big three, are not the worst company, and that it's another company. I can't remember which one it was. I thought they had also went. Uh, I'm so excited about SMTR 25. JJ is now Justin. Looks like James from Trainee A will be debuting under Hype. Oh wow! No, JJ. Ah, yes, yes. JJ, come on! I didn't know he. I thought all of Trainee A left. So JJ's still been a trainee under Hype, and he's gonna debut. Yes. Heck. Okay, so that's what I've been seeing popping up lately. Sorry, I just got really excited. Freaking JJ, man. God dog, JJ. That's my boy right there. I knew I was gonna like him as soon as I saw. Um, it was during the Trainee A days, but during I think it was some video where he was dancing to Hikaru Utada's "Automatic." That was like one of the first songs. That was the first album Hikaru Utada ever came out with, back in 1990. Oh my god, it's old. Back in the mid to late 1990s, and he was dancing to that song, and I freestyling, and I was just like, wow, anybody that dances to Hikaru Utada, you're automatically on my I gotta keep a close eye on this person list, because I love Hikaru Utada music, and JJ is younger than me and younger than all of us, and he's dancing to something that came out in the freaking 1990s. So I was like, okay, JJ, that's my boy. And before that, I did see JJ. He used to do dance battles. So when I found out that JJ was in Trainee A, I was like, oh heck yeah. So I've been scoping JJ for a while. So I'm happy that JJ is about to get his shine. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Those of y'all that don't know who Hikaru Utada is, please look her up. She's a legend. She's a legend. She has a sad story, but she's a legend. Legend, legend, legend. And look up the song Automatic, because it does give you Automatic, Time Will Tell. Oh, see, okay, now I'm going to start reminiscing about my days when I was younger. It's automatic. It's automatic. All right. Back to reading comments, because I'm spiraling. Yes, the dance battles he won in locking. Yes. Yes. Loved it. The boy is a master dancer. Justin went back to SM. Wait, Justin is JT. Is JJ, right? So if he's JJ, awesome. The growl on loose friends. Wait, is he? Wait, oh, ho. If he's debuting as, you're not that old, Moonlight. I feel old, okay? I feel it. No, I'm not as old as y'all, as some of you guys, but I feel old. Cause like, I'm sorry, but like no one from this generation and maybe a couple of other generations. No, sorry. No one from this generation is going to know what it was like to grow up at the end of an era. The end of the era of um what VHS, um cassette tapes, you know, and people were still like playing records back then sometimes. Like people will never know from this generation, young people will never understand what it's like to grow up with no internet during the 90s, the late 90s, and then like the beginning of the internet and the beginning of the computer and the evolving of the times. No one will ever know from this generation what it was like. And so because of that, I feel like I'm a bit of an antique compared to these young kids who grew up in the age of modern technology. Cell phones, iPads, internet full access. Like, come on. These kids have it easy. But back when I was coming up, we didn't have the luxury of going online to find stuff. There was no such thing as an online store. We had to go to like the mall or whatever to get clothes, to buy clothes and stuff. We they will never understand. That was my generation too, Moonlight. And I'm older than you. Yes, no, my I know that. My point is, Shinies Nuna, is that from my generation, no one from this generation will understand what it was like. Apart from you, I'm not talking about your generation. We know what it's like, right? But the young kids coming up, they will never know what it was like to be without a lot of the things that they. I was having a talk with a kid long time ago when I was in my early 20s. And he was talking about how, coming up, I was telling him that coming up trainee A RIP. I know, Jung Tae. I know, I know. That's how I feel. That's literally how I feel. That's literally how I feel about it. Rest in peace, trainee A. It would have been a great group. I mean, it would have been a great group. It was great, freaking awesome. But anyway, whatever, fine. But yes, like I'm the oldest here. I grew up with floppy disks on it. Hey, 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 hey. Has this become a stick measuring contest now to see how old? Wait a minute. But anyway, my point is that I was talking to a kid. I'm messing, by the way. I was talking to a kid when I was in my early 20s, and I was telling the kid that, growing up, when we got hurt, we didn't have like Neosporin and all this other stuff. We had to pour alcohol, peroxide, get the cotton swabs and do all that stuff. Now they got Neosporin and all this other stuff. And the kid was like, yeah, thank God for Neosporin. I don't know how you grew up. I don't know how you survived. Because I told him, look, we didn't have internet. Computers were just being developed. We didn't have cell phones like modern day cell phones back in the day, like before my time. And I'm sure you guys can remember this because this is before I was born. They had those big, huge, fat cell phones. Huge cell phones. And, coming when I started coming up, they still hadn't developed cell phones yet, but then they started developing those ugly small flip cell phones, remember? But like before all that, we had cassette tapes. We couldn't put CDs in the CD player. Or what we do now, we have like Bluetooth in the car, so like we can just hook up our phone that has all of our music. There was none of that. It was cassette tapes and VHS, right? And so these kids today will never. It's crazy how you age in life. Never would I have in a million years thought that I would be one of the people saying, back in my time, back in my day, you know? Granted, to some of you, my day has not yet, come. I can't really say back in my day yet until I get to like 50s and 60s and so on. But still, back in my day, okay? Because I had a day back then. I just wasn't in my 30s when I had my day. But back in my day, ladies and gentlemen, there was a time when there was no such thing as the things we have now. So I share, is what I'm trying to say. I share with you guys. Okay? I share with all of you in the past where technology was not nowhere near where it is now. I share in that with you. And I, as a 33-year-old, can sympathize with you because I'm a 90s kid. So I get it. One of the members of the big hit boy groups wrote Magnetic with James. He has been in the industry from a young age and is very talented, but it's an '08 liner. Oh, interesting. And the cassette. Wait, what does it say in the cassette Walkman radios? Vinyl came back. So yes, vinyl did come back. That's true. Vinyl did come back. I still have my cassettes. I don't think we have any of our cassettes. Now, my grandmother probably still has her cassettes. It's funny because, like, I didn't learn about the California raisins until some of y'all might not know what that is, but I found out about the California raisins later on when I turned maybe I don't know 8 or 9, maybe yeah, about 8 or 9 or maybe 10, somewhere around there. I found out about the California raisins. And I'm bringing that up because my grandmother had this California raisin little miniature statue. And I didn't know where that came from. And then we watched the California raisins because we were made to watch it when we were kids in the daycare that we were going to. That's how long ago this was. And I was like, wait a minute. This is that raisin that my grandmother had a miniature statue of. This is a thing? The California raisins? That's old, guys. The California raisins is old. But that's probably more Western than anything else. So you guys might not know what I'm talking about. But yes. But anyway, yeah, I share in you guys' experiences to a degree. I have not been around that long, but I've been around in during the late 90s when the old trends were dying and then the new technology started to take off. So, you know, kids today, like they were, I know it's so weird me saying this, because like literally once upon a time I was a kid and just it's weird saying it. It's really weird because like when you're a kid, you never imagine yourself like growing up, and then when you're grown, you're like, wow, I was a kid at one point. But literally, like these kids today will never know what it was like. They will never know. Ugh. I will say this though, even with all of the technological deficiencies and things like that, underdevelopment of stuff that we had in the 90s, I had a good life. I had a good life because my parents, especially my mom, I know I don't talk about my dad much, but My mom, she made sure that we had a good life. I mean, both my parents did, but my mom was more emotionally available. So I always talk about my mom. I'm a mama's boy, I guess. But yes, I think what is the wait, retro Key's favorite concept era. Yeah, it is Key's favorite concept era. And yes, I love like retro stuff. I actually do. I really love retro stuff. I love Phil Collins. I listen to Phil Collins a lot. I'm an old soul in that way too. I love me some Phil Collins. Okay? And it's funny because like in America, when a black person who's my age or younger says, "Oh, I'm a huge Phil Collins fan," a lot of the black kids in our in our area or where we are would say, "Who Phil who?" Like, who's Phil Collins? And or if they know who Phil Collins is, they'll be like, "Wait, but you're black." And I'm like, "No, I don't care. Black is just a color, baby. Music crosses barriers of color, bruh. Come on, Phil Collins. I love me some freaking Phil Collins, man. I don't care." Did you like his songs featured in Miami Vice? Yes, yes. I loved. That was actually when I first heard the because I think Miami Vice had didn't Phil Collins wasn't the original lead singer of Miami Vice. He became the original lead singer after I guess the I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, you know. And then after that, I think they was like, yeah, we need to keep him. But yes, I could tell you literally right now some of my favorite Phil Collins songs. What? Give me one more night. Um. Oh no. I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta be honest. The first time I heard Phil Collins was when Tarzan came out, and I was like, "Who is this guy?" Because back then, before Tarzan, Disney's songs were sung, and it was the characters themselves singing the songs. Tarzan came out and kind of revolutionized the way that Disney approached songs, to where there was this guy named Phil Collins who would come out and sing, you know, two worlds, one family. Trust your heart, let fate decide. It's guiding lights we see. And he revolutionized that whole game for Disney to the point where I think he did the Brother Bear stuff. He did, I think, something else Disney related. They just kept using Phil Collins because, yeah, Brother Bear 2. He did Tarzan. The man had dipped his toes in Disney and like, I don't know. He that's where I discovered Phil Collins. Then I later on went back and listened to some of his stuff, and I love his stuff. I don't care anymore. I'm sorry. I love that man's music, man. When I'm mad, I listen to I Don't Care Anymore. I don't care anymore. I can't remember all the words right now, but I love that song. I cannot believe it's true. I cannot believe it's true. Are you really doing the things you do? I cannot believe it's you, really you. Yeah, I love me some Phil Collins. But anyway, kids don't even know the Spice Girls. I know they don't know the Spice Girls. Isn't that interesting? They know nothing about the Spice Girls. They know nothing about Britney Spears. They know nothing about NSYNC, Backstreet Boys. They know nothing about Linkin Park. They know nothing about Daughtry. They know nothing about. Oh my God, nothing. Hey now, you're an all-star. They don't know nothing about that stuff. I was in first grade when that song came out. Yeah, poor Phil. Phil Collins is deaf as well. Really? Oh no. That's why he doesn't put out music anymore. Oh, that's crazy. I know he's old, but that's sad. And Crockett. What I oh oh y'all about to talk about stuff I don't know about. Philip Michael Thomas okay, I've heard that name. Philip Michael Thomas, I think that's what it is. I've heard of that name before. I have. I bet you I'll know exactly if I hear the song, like a song from him. Um yeah, I'm not the type of person that likes too many like old school stuff. I can't get into that stuff. That's my dad stuff, like the 70s and stuff like that. I can't. Like 80s, 90s, I can get into that. I know about that stuff. Of course, the exceptions would be like Michael Jackson, Prince, um, particularly Michael Jackson for me. Um, this is from my parents' time, but yeah, Michael Jackson, Prince. There's some other ones, but I can't think of them. But yeah, Phil Collins is one of them for sure. Disco era. Yeah, I can't. I've got to be honest with you now. That's too far for me. Disco era is too far for me. I can't. The only thing I know about is Shaft. I can't tell you much about anything else disco. I just know Shaft. Yeah, I know about that. I just don't. David Bowie. Okay, I know about David Bowie. Yes, yes, I do. Because my love for you would break my heart in two. I, back when I was younger, we had the old original Dance Dance Revolution, and that was one of the songs that I would dance to. Was the Let's Dance, put on your red shoes and dance the blues. Yeah, that was. I worship Bowie. Oh my God. Um, I remember I put Batman. Oh God, Batman the Amazing. Okay, 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 okay. I thought this was the other song, because I've a lot of people in the chat last time pushed back a lot on that Batman song that Prince did. And I agree now. I agree that Batman song was not good. It really wasn't. It was not good. Okay, let me read the rest of it. Batman, Queen. I know. Yes, Queen. I know about Queen. Rolling Stones. I've heard about the Rolling Stones. Yes. David Bowie. Yep. David Bowie. Bee Gees. I've heard of. Actually, yeah. I gotta go back to the past and relive some of this stuff, because I a lot of this stuff I don't remember how, like, some of these songs. But Queen, I know for sure. Bohemian Rhapsody. I actually kind of like Bohemian Rhapsody. Not gonna lie, I really did. Um, Bee Gees. Donna Summer. Okay, you guys are like going way back. Donna Summer. I've heard of Donna Summer. My mother probably knows who Donna Summer is. In fact, I believe my mom said something about Donna Summer. I really believe she said something about Donna Summer at one point. Barbara Streisand. Yeah, 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 yeah. I've heard of Barbara Streisand. Yes, yes. Lincoln Park. Lincoln Park. Yes. That now Lincoln Park is up my alley. I remember Lincoln Park. Oh, I miss that stuff, man. It makes me feel so old. Ah, uh, um, I was reading something. Where was I reading it? Oh yeah, Nuna. I remember I put Batman the animated series for I, for my cousin, and it was and it was bored. He was bored by it because he is so used to watching YouTube, YouTube. Wait, I love Batman the animated series. Oh, come on. Yeah, this generation is not like they're not used to that stuff. They're really not. They're really not. Perhaps it is like internet brain rot in general. Or maybe it's not so much brain rot as it is just like this generation operates at a whole nother pace than we did. We were forced into a pace because technology was not advanced. Because of the advancement of technology now, young people don't have to be um, constrained and confined to a particular way of watching media or consuming media. So now they can just go, to an app and watch whatever they want. They can go online and watch whatever they want. They don't have to be confined to VHS or DVD type stuff. But when I was coming up, when I was a kid, we didn't have that luxury. So Batman the Animated Series would come on, what, Kids WB or something like that, along with the Animaniacs and Darkwing Duck and the Tick Man. Um, oh God, I'm naming all the old shows. Johnny Quest. Um, oh, yes, man. Oh, so I think Beast Wars used to come on back then in the '90s too. Dragon Ball Z used to come on. I don't. It wasn't WB, I don't think, but I think WB was like all of the Warner Brothers stuff for sure, like Animaniacs and all that for sure. The Chipmunks, yep, the Chipmunks, X Men, X Men and Schoolboy, School. Oh, Jesus! I think I'm getting tired because I know how to spell Scooby freaking Doo. Okay, yes, X Men and Scooby Doo. Scooby Doo. I don't know what Scooby Doo came on, Boomerang or something. Because Cartoon Network wasn't out until like 1998 or nine, or maybe like late 1990. No, 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 no. I might be wrong. Cartoon Network might have came out in 1997, and I could be wrong. But before Cartoon Network, there was Boomerang, and on Boomerang, all of the old shows like Scooby Doo used to come on. George Jetson and or the Jetson, whatever the Jetsons or whatever. Uh, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe and all that stuff. Skeleton Warriors and all that. G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe. Oh my God. I'm telling you guys, I I know you guys are older than a lot of the stuff I'm saying, but I'm telling you, I really do. I sympathize with you guys because we grew up. I'm putting myself in the category with you guys, okay? I don't care what you say about my age and that I'm younger than you all. I'm putting myself in the category with y'all, with all of the older people, because I'm telling you right now, I'm one of the few in my 30s here right now that can attest to the confinement and constrainment of the past, and the technology not being what it is today. I totally can relate. Space Ghost, yep, Space Ghost back in the day. It's space. Go. I'm telling you, I know. I know it. Ah, I miss it. Birdman. Birdman. I miss Birdman. I watched both shows from the 90s and 2000s because I was. This is hilarious. Why is it hilarious? What's so funny? My heart broke so much at that moment because I remember at his age. I remember at his age memorize my favorite show on each channel would air, so I can watch them. But he got so bored that I have to put some. I have to put something less. Why is this hilarious? Yeah, well, I mean, it's just the times that we're living in. That's all. Kids just they're not gonna watch. Even in the early 2000s, right? I'm not. This is how where I start to show you my age as far as how young I am. I was young enough to like Blue's Clues. Okay, back when Blue's Clues started, and Nick Jr. and all that, I loved Nick Jr. Nick Jr. was a safe haven for me. So I Blue's Clues. I loved Blue's Clues. I loved Rugrats and Hey Arnold and Doug. Recess was a bit eh. I wasn't a big fan of Recess. I think it's because of how the art was, the animation was. It was just kind of ugh. But no, like even like the original Cartoon Network. Literally, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. There's a YouTube channel that I subscribed to recently called Rinse and Repeat, and it's basically a YouTube channel that they take all of the old shows like Toonami and Adult Swim, like the old Adult Swim that used to show Space Ghost and all that, and the old Cartoon Network shows and Fox Kids. Oh my God, Fox Kids! They take all of that stuff and they put it on a like a live stream, and then the live stream is saved as a video, and it's like maybe 5 or 6 hours or however many hours it lasts. And what I love about the channel, guys, is that Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yes. I actually have literally every single Avatar: The Last Airbender. I have it all on Blu-ray. Cause I got it all, baby. I got it all. Cause that was my show, man. Does anyone remember cartoon Thundercats? Yes! Yes! Thundercats. Yes. Yes. You're up my alley. I loved me some freaking Thundercats. Korra. Korra was okay. It wasn't as good as The Last Airbender, but it was okay. Although I have a little problem with the end of that show, but ultimately the show was not that bad. It was actually really good, and I enjoyed it. Panthro. Oh, you guys are going way back for me. I love Thundercats. The original, not the modern day Thundercats, like the show that they tried to reboot or revive. The old Thundercats was like that was where it was. The old Mumra and the old Lion-O and all that stuff. I loved that stuff. That was good stuff. Gargoyles and I mean Gargoyles is a little bit later on, but Gargoyles was one of my favorite shows growing up. I feel like I lost track of what I was about to say. What was I about to say? I feel like, Rinse Repeat. The YouTube channel called Rinse Repeat. It takes all of that stuff that we're talking about right now, and it puts it into a video format, and it doesn't exclude the commercials. So it's like you're literally going back in time and watching all of the cartoons from back in the day with the commercials. It's literally a blast from the past. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm going to be honest right here. When I was watching Toonami and I saw the old commercials, I teared up a little bit. I teared up a little bit because I was like, oh my God, I remember these commercials. What happened? How did I get so old? But yeah, it's crazy. Like Rinse Repeat. I encourage you guys to find Rinse Repeat. I think it's called Rinse Repeat, not Rinse and Repeat. Rinse Repeat. If you find that show that channel on YouTube, like check it out because it's got all of the like old Fox Kids stuff, all of the old Cartoon Network stuff, Nickelodeon, I think. It's got the commercials. So what I think this YouTuber did was he had a stash of like VHS where he burns, he burns the shows. When we knew we were gonna miss a show, we would put the VHS in and like burn it, like so it could record everything we missed so that we'd have it on tape. And I think that's what this guy did. He just somehow found a way to put it into like, I don't know, put it on a flash drive or something, and upload it to his desktop. Got some editing software or something. I don't know. He just made a YouTube channel out of this old stuff, and it's crazy. It's crazy. Super 80s cartoon Jim. Uh, Jim or Jim. Sorry, it might be Jim. Now that one I don't know about. I don't know if I heard about that one before. For all of you who came in looking for K-pop topics, we've already went past the K-pop topics now. We're now talking about all of the old stuff. I'm sitting here and bonding with the older members of my channel, and relating to them with like old stuff. Moo Pets, and Sesame Street. Moo Pets I don't quite remember, but Sesame Street I definitely do. Oh, sort of related. Okay. Listen, when my special education teacher, told me about how back in her time, and mind you, she was pretty up there. Back in her time, they had soda pop in like glass, like glass soda pop. I didn't even know that that was a thing. And then she let us try like some of the soda pop from the glass, and it tasted way better than the crappy soda pop that we get now. It's not even called soda pop anymore. It's just stuff that'll kill you slowly. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the let me stop. You guys are taking me back down memory lane. I remember all that stuff. Sing Me a Story. I don't know if you guys remember Sing Me a Story. Um, what was it? Reading Rainbow, which is like, God, that's old. Reading Rainbow with LeVar Burton. Love that stuff. Love Animal. JT. Love Animal. Wait, what's Love Animal? Animal. Oh, Animal. Got you. Animal from Sesame Street. That's right. I think everybody loved Animal. Sesame Street was awesome. So was Barney, apparently. Mexican Coke is how Coke tastes to the rest of the world. Mexican Coke is how Coke tastes to the rest of the world. That's a bad thing though, right? Play school reruns of the old 59 and 60 shows too. That's too far back. I don't. Animal from Muppets. Yeah, that's right. Muppets. I keep getting Muppets and Sesame Street mixed up because a lot of the Muppets from Sesame Street are also in Muppets too. Like Kermit and Elmo and all those people. The Count. I didn't like math, so I didn't like the Count too much because he counted too much for me. I hear it, Mexican cola is sweeter. Ugh, no, I can't do that. I'm at that age, man. I can't do too sweet. Is like no. I stay away from that stuff. I grew up on Kool-Aid. That was po folk. Let me say it like po folk. drink. When you ain't had no money, you just buy a bunch of Kool-Aid packs that was like a couple of cents. And you buy a bunch of Kool-Aid packs, and then you that was the sugar intake for every kid on food stamps and stuff. So when you were poor and you couldn't afford to buy like good, healthier drinks, Kool-Aid was the way to go. It was much cheaper, and it was cheap because it was unhealthy. The Disney show, Recess was one of my favorites. I couldn't quite get into Recess when I was younger. I don't know why, but I couldn't get into it. Later on, I think I got into it a little bit more because I realized how funny it was. But at the time, I couldn't quite get into it. The Carter Wonder Woman or the Incredible Hulk TV shows. You talking about the live action ones from back in the day? Now, that was my dad liked that stuff. My dad liked the Hulk, the old Hulk. Back before he was called Bruce Banner, because they called him Bruce Banner now, but he was David Banner in the original, and they started calling him Bruce Banner. I think the father was supposed to be Bruce Banner, but they changed it to where the father is like David Banner and the son is Bruce Banner, which I think was, I don't know why they did that. It was kind of silly, but whatever. The old X-Men cartoon was my favorite as well. The old X-Men cartoon, the Batman cartoon, which came out I think a little bit like after Michael Keaton's Batman 97. I think that after that, then it was the Batman animated series with may he rest in peace, Kevin Conroy. Keenan and Kel, yep, Keenan and Kel. That was Nickelodeon, I think, right? Keenan and Kel. Oh, you guys are going black. Y'all are going back in time. This live stream has just totally changed its tune completely. The old Superman cartoon. Oh, wait. You're talking about the faster than a speeding bullet. Faster than a speeding bullet, that one. More powerful than a locomotive. Yeah, that one was okay. I didn't quite get into it because they barely talked much, at least to my understanding. It was kind of like the Popeye the Sailorman cartoon. But the funny thing is, I liked Popeye. I liked Popeye the Sailorman. I don't know why I didn't quite connect with the old Superman. I don't know. But yes, I do remember the Superman cartoon. I do. These youngsters, I'm telling you, I'm going to have to put on my old voice. These youngsters, they will never know. They will never know, guys. They will never know the beauty of the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s. They'll never know. Spider-Man and the Amazing Friend. Oh, yes, I do remember that. I do remember that. Almost Justice League. It's the first. Super Friends. Yep, Super Friends. The Justice League. Almost Justice League. It's the first time and one of the only times we got Wally West as Flash. Jon Stewart as Green. He-Man, She-Ra. Yep. He-Man. I remember He-Man. Wait, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Yep. I love Popeye. I was obsessed. Yes, that's what got me hooked on spinach was Popeye. I liked spinach. I liked spinach because of Popeye. Skeletor. Yep, Skeletor. G.I. Joe, like I said back in the day, G.I. Joe. Do you guys remember the old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle series? And the old Sonic series from back in the day? The OG Sonic. Oh my gosh, guys. Ugh. He-Man movie was hilarious. Eh. Super Ted was big. Wait, you talking about the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger in it? Banana. Wait, what? Banana Man? Banana Man? Tintin and Spot. Here's one. BJ and Jamal. That's like an old black show. It was a cartoon. BJ and Jamal. The party's just begun. God, that's old. Godzilla cartoon. Yep, Godzilla cartoon. With Godzuki. Yep. I didn't get into 90s Superman, but I loved the 90s Superman. I love the 90s Superman. That was of course back in, when I was coming up, so I got into it a lot. You won't know those ones, Moonlight. They were British ones. Which ones? Talking about the Banana Man and the Tintin and Spot? Yeah, I don't know those at all. You're right. V was full of lizard humans. The Land Before Time. No. Oh shoot. Yes, The Land Before Time. I remember the very first movie of The Land Before Time. Me and my brother watched it all the time and kept singing the end song when the credits would end. We kept singing it. If we hold on together, I know our dreams will never die. I'm telling you, that is crazy. I did not expect somebody to bring up The Land Before Time. I forgot. Yep, that's right. That is right. The most obnoxious person in Land Before Time was Sarah. um, Early Simpson. Early Simpson. Yep, Early Simpson. Magnum PI. Yes, I've heard of that one too. I haven't seen it, but I think uh my parents liked it. Airwolf. I have never heard of no Airwolf. That's is that another British show? She was in love with Tom Selleck. Oh, here's a nice old one. I don't know if you guys remember this, but Wishbone. Wishbone was one of my favorites. Ask your mom about Magnum PI. Oh yeah, yeah. I think she knows about Magnum PI. I think both my parents know. In fact, I think they've talked about it before, but I just can't remember anything they said about it because it's too old. No, that was an American show. Really? I've never heard of no Airwolf. Maybe it's just beyond my knowledge. Beyond my knowledge. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yep, the old, like the first cartoon. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in a half shell. Turtle Power. Yes, that one. That was it for me. I liked that. I looked forward to that show. um, Nightman Street Hawk? What? I've never heard of that before in my life. Remember Mr. T? How I think everybody know Mr. T. Look Airwolf up, Moonlight. Okay, I will. Ghostbusters cartoon. Yep, I remember that. I remember the Men in Black cartoon as well. Yep. The Godzilla cartoon, the Godzilla cartoon was kind of stupid. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna just be honest. That Godzilla cartoon was. I'm talking about like the one that was based on the, what was it? Maybe the 2000, either 1999 or 2000, when they did like a reboot of Godzilla in New York. Yeah, I don't know if y'all remember. There was a cartoon that came out right after that. It was it was so dumb. And when I look back at the movie, do you know how much they hyped that movie up back when I was young? They hyped before it even hit theaters. They were hyping it up like it was the best thing ever in cinema. You look back at it, it was one of the dumbest movies that they ever put out. That Godzilla movie was so dumb. That's why it didn't get a second movie, because it was just that dumb. That dumb. Anyway, my rant about that movie is over. Um, Ozzy and Drix. I feel like I know what that is. Ozzy and Drix. I feel like I know what that is. Wait, someone said something. Hold on. Those were American too. A-Team. Yeah, A-Team. I know about A-Team. That I do know about. Similar as main character. Yes, Ghostbusters cartoon. Somebody said something. What? Oh, maybe no. I guess. Okay. Pokemon. Yep. Now we're getting into like the 1998, 9, 2000. Pokemon when it first came out. Yeah. Pokemon, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh. The creator of Yu-Gi-Oh had passed away. Actually, may he rest in peace. They actually have a channel. You can actually get it, a channel called the Yu-Gi-Oh channel. So I watch that sometimes just to reminisce. Dukes of Hazzards. Yes, I remember Dukes of Hazzards. Wait, what? Oh, Aladdin. Yes, Aladdin, the animated series. Yes, JT, was it? Well, no, sorry, TJ Hooker. I, I don't know that one either. I don't know that one either. Also, the Hercules cartoon. The Hercules cartoon, I remember that. Yep. Oh man, love the Hercules cartoon. Special ring, and what? Special ring and Ded Daedalus. What? I have cartoon with special ring and, forgive me. I got lost right there. Got lost right there. Detective Cone. Wait, what? Detective Conana. Oh, Conan. Oh, case closed. Yes, Detective Conan. I know. Yes, I know that show. I know that show. A lot of it's funny because a lot of YouTubers that do live streams, or I guess it's live streams, they tend to use the case closed music a lot. Like Koreans and Japanese people. Yes, I loved Case Closed. Ah, all right. Let me get back to you guys. Hercules put on a special ring to get his powers. Really? The the animated Hercules? Or are you talking about like the Kevin Zorbo Hercules? Because I remember the Kevin Zorbo Hercules too. Hercules and Otis. God, that's old. Xena, the warrior princess, I remember that too. Uh, so old. Goof Troop, yep. Rocket Robin Hood. Captain Planet. Oh my god, looting and polluting is not the way. Here's what Captain Planet has to say. The power is yours. Yep. Inspector Gadget. Yep. Inspector Gadget. Na 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 na. Oh, Carmen Sandiego. I don't know if you guys remember Carmen Sandiego. Can't forget about her. Goof Troop. I used to recite the Inspector Gadget song to calm my anxiety. Really? Oh God. Anything Toon Disney, honestly. Yes, Toon Disney. Yes. Go Go Gadget. Yes, Go Go Gadget. Crappy Power. Hey. Wait a minute, Shinies Nuna. You and I are gonna fight. Don't you talk about my Power Rangers. Don't you talk about my Power Rangers now. Now, no, I'm not gonna lie. The newer Power Rangers, I think it kind of got lamer and lamer as it got on. But the original Power Rangers, I loved those original Power Rangers. Rest in peace. What's my boy's name? Jason David Frank. Rest in peace, Jason David Frank. I loved those Power Rangers. And Jason David Frank was my favorite. But I couldn't say it out loud because Kyle would get mad at me. My brother, Kyle, would get mad at me. Because Tommy was his favorite. So I had to pick Billy, or whoever the Red Ranger was. I think it wasn't Billy, it was somebody else. Tommy and, Billy was the Blue Ranger, right? I can't remember. Jason, I think, was the Red Ranger. Oof. Kimberly. I loved... Kimberly was like... I loved... That's the thing about Power Rangers. I loved all of them. Kimberly. I loved Kimberly. What was the other one? The Yellow Ranger who... the actual actress passed away because she was... I think she got hit. It was a car accident or something. Yeah, Jason was red. That's right. The original Voltron, yes. Robots in Disguise, yes. Robots, yes. Transformers, the original Transformers. Rocket Power. Wait, what? Grot bags? What is grot bags? Shinies Nuna, you're saying stuff that I've never heard of these before. And some of them are American, so that kind of, I don't know if that makes me feel bad or not. Because I don't know how old that stuff is. I have never heard of grot bag before. Grot bags. What is that? Kimberly was pink. Teeny, yes, Teeny was yellow. Yes, I love them. I miss the Power Rangers, man. Zach, I think before Zach, it was another guy who was the Black Ranger, and then that guy left, and then Zach became the Black Ranger. I miss that stuff. Johnny Young Bach, the guy that is the voice actor for a lot of anime characters today, like Ichigo from Bleach, he was one of the original Power Rangers, I think, after what was he, the Blue Ranger, I think? Or, no, wait. Hold on. I think he was the Blue Ranger after, no. I think, oh, gosh. No, maybe Johnny Young Botch. No, Johnny Young Botch might have been the Red Ranger. Because I don't think that, I don't think that Jason was on the Power Rangers the movie with Ivan Ooze. I think I think it was Johnny on Bot. Oh God. Anyway, let me. Oh Jesus. All right. Yes. Shiny's Nuna and I might be distant relatives because I have Scottish and probably a little bit of Irish in me as well. Um, in my bloodline, dating back a long time. So we might be distant relatives. Um, it's amazing how lighthearted this daggone live stream became. Um, I feel like I'm missing a few things. I'm still surprised Wonder Woman never had a cartoon. Um, Dad, did she not have a cartoon by herself? Yeah, I guess not, huh? I thought she did, but you know what? I don't think she did. You're right. You're right. I don't think she did, guys. I don't think she had a cartoon by herself. That's very true. Digimon, yep, Digimon. Oh man, my parents wouldn't let me watch Digimon for a while because they said it was demonic. I remember that because it's. She's like, no, it's called Digimon. No, we're not watching anything with Mon in it. So I would sneakingly watch Pokemon and Digimon behind my parents' back because I enjoyed the show and I didn't see anything demonic. That was back in the day, so my parents they've become a bit more, attuned to what is actually demonic and what's not. So Digimon, I love Digimon. Only if you have. Oh! I see what you're saying. I see what you're. Well, you never know, though. You never know. You never know, Shiny's Nuna. You never know. Pippi Longstockings. Yes, I remember Pippi Longstocking. Wow. That's wow. I think Pippi was Swedish cartoon. It's amazing how they will bring some cartoons here and leave some cartoons in their country, and we'll never know about it. Who remembers the stupid what Tamagotchi toy? It's, don't actually, Shiny's Nuna. My mom would take offense to that statement. I remember the two stupid Tamagotchi toy, and I still think it's kind of stupid. I remember when my mom bought me one, and I let the dog die because I didn't even do anything. It just died on its own. It just. And then there were like some of those Tamagotchi things where you couldn't restart. It was kind of dumb. Um, oh, my mom loves Tamagotchis though. She literally bought a Tamagotchi like a month or two ago. I know she's some. I guess she's having a midlife crisis or something, but she bought the Tamagotchi. Yeah, it's funny. Like I would never have imagined she would buy a Tamagotchi, but she bought one. Um, from let's see from exactly Haifa. Exactly. We went from talking crap about SM to like talking about cartoons. You never know what you're gonna get with these live streams. You really never know. Cabbage Patch Kids, Care Bears. Yep. We cover a lot of topics. Yes, we do. Cartoons have music kind of related. Yeah. Looney Tunes. Um, Gargoyles, yep. Man, originally Looney Tunes would not pass today. You're right. You're right. It wouldn't. It wouldn't. It would be like culturally inappropriate on so many levels, and the woke mob would come after Looney Tunes a lot. They would definitely come after Looney Tunes for sure. Flintstones, yep, Flintstones. I am not mentioning the weird cartoons that come from my country. Some Bugs Bunny and Yosemite Sam skits would not pass today. Oh no, yes, because now I'm not gonna lie, some of that stuff is like um um blatantly racist. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. But you guys know this, right? Like historically, during the during one of the wars, it was either World War I or World War II or one of those. You know that like the government commissioned Warner Brothers to make propaganda cartoons for the war against I think the Japanese and the Germans. That's why there's a lot of like racial stuff in a lot of those cartoons because of the propaganda cartoons. So Looney Tunes has a history in that as well. So I'm not even gonna blame the woke mob for coming after them for that because that was very inappropriate. Appropriate. Then again, I'm gonna have to have a talk with you guys on wokeness again because I'm learning things about wokeness, and I'm starting to believe that wokeness was always bad. You guys remember I said that there was wokeness used to be good. I'm starting to think it's never been good. Like the not what they called wokeness, but like what wokeness actually is. Cause it hasn't really changed. But I'm gonna get in that's a whole nother topic. But yes, that a lot of that stuff, that Looney Tunes and stuff, that was all propaganda stuff for the war. And that's why a lot of it won't pass today because they made fun of Jews, I think. They made fun of the Chinese. They made fun of I know Japanese because they was yeah they made I'm not even gonna go there. They made fun of and then of course not to mention back before all that there were the minstrel shows. The minstrel shows where white people would put on blackface and make parodies of black people for money for sport, and it would come on TV. It was crazy. Courage the Cowardly Dog, Mighty Mouse, Betty Boop. Oh, my mother loved Betty Boop. The Archie cartoons. I feel like I know what that is somehow. I think they tried to cancel Looney Tunes on X, but it's X. Yeah, that's probably not gonna work. Rocky and Bullwinkle, yes, I know that one too. Roadrunner and Coyote, yep. Pink Panther, yep. Love Pink Panther. Three Stooges, yep. Astro Boy. Astro Boy. I actually found out about Astro Boy later on. My first Japanese cartoons that I had ever seen was Ronin Warriors, which used to come on either Kids WB or Fox or something. It used to come on one of them, along with all of the other old shows. Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball before that, and Ronin Warriors. Ronin Warriors. Um, Animaniacs, the anime. Yes, I remember that. South Park. South Park is old, man. National treasure. I believe Betty Boop was inspired by a black singer. There was a whole court case on it. What? Get out of Powerpuff Girls. Yeah, I didn't know that. Tailspin. Oh my God, Tailspin. Oh, do you guys remember Princess Guinevere and the Jewel Riders? Don't ask me how I remember that. I didn't watch that show. Let me just let y'all know. I didn't watch that. I'm just saying, do y'all remember? That was too girly for me. Um, what Tailspin? Yep. Code name Kids Next Door. Yep. Code name Kids Next Door. Wait. We're jumping too far. We're jumping too far ahead. Wait a minute. We got to go back a little bit. We got to go back a little bit. Johnny Bravo. Okay. We said Scooby Doo. What, Johnny Bravo, Cow and Chicken, Ed, Ed and Eddie, Samurai Jack, right? Um, what else? Yeah, y'all jumping too ahead here. Codename Kid Next Door. Wait a minute, we ain't got there yet. I'm messing, of course. No. Codename Kid code. Now I can't speak English. Codename Johnny Quest. Yep, Johnny Quest. Um, Lilo and Stitch. Yep, there was a cartoon. That show was like, it was all right, but I just it was too many experiments. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice was okay. You know what? No, I didn't like Beetlejuice. Dexter's Lab. Thank you. I literally was trying to think of it. Yeah, Pop-Up Girls, Dexter's Lab, Johnny Bravo. Um, I didn't really like Ed, Ed and Eddie too much. It was kind of Ed, Ed and Eddie was kind of stupid. It just was. It was stupid. Everyone was stupid in that entire show. It was a pointless brain rot show. There was nothing to it. But yes, Dexter's Lab. I loved me some freaking Dexter's Lab. The toy that they all had, Major Glory. I remember Major Glory. It was because of Dexter's Lab that I even wanted a Major Glory toy. And then they was like, well, there's no such thing as a Major Glory toy. So I was like, okay. Man, I remember that. So good. So good. The Pink Panther show, yep. I think somebody mentioned Pink Panther a minute ago. Samurai Jack, yep. Um, Now this is where my brain starts taking a nosedive because I don't remember. I think Code Lyoko. What was that? What was that girl? That girl show? Totally Spies. Right. That's a little bit. That's a little bit forward into the future though. Rockford Files. Rockford Files. Oh. I Outer Limits. I know Outer Limits. Yep. Tales from the Crypt. I know that. Count Dracula. Okay. I don't know about that. I don't know what the Rockford File is. Rockford Files. I don't know that one. Yep. Crypt Keeper. Tales from the Crypt. Yep. Um, Gullah Gullah Island. Which I didn't like. It's an American show. I feel like you're being sarcastic with me now. No, even if it's an American show, I don't know. It's an American show, Moonlight. Goosebump shows, yep. Twilight Zone, yep. I know those. Every time you say a show and I don't know the name of it, I've never heard of it. You always say it's an American show, Moonlight. It's American. It's an American show, Moonlight. Lilo. Oh, let me see. My parents loved sci-fi stuff, so they watched Twilight Zone and Outer Limits and stuff like that. Love Boat, I remember. Love Boat, I've heard of. Dallas Falcon Crest Love Boat. Are these different shows, or is it one show? I think Love Boat's a different show. It's its own show. Freakazoid, I remember Freakazoid, and I never quite understood Freakazoid at all. The Star Trek cartoon. Star Trek cartoon? There was a Star Trek cartoon? When was this? Space 99, Lost in Space. Lost in Space, yeah, I've heard of that. I never watched. I've never. Well, I mean, I've watched the movie. The movie. With the guy that passed away. He used to play Thunderbolt Ross. Different shows, okay. I thought so. The Love Boat, that's too far. That's too far from me, Chinese Nuna. That's like putting Davy Crockett in the list of shows. That's too old for me. Though I have seen Davy Crockett before. And it's only because I watched it in school. Because I was made to. Pinky and the Brain, yep. Magic School. Oh my god, yes. Magic freaking School Bus. Seatbelts, everyone. Please let this be an Arnold field trip with the friends. No way. Aw, cruising on down Main Street. Feel relaxed and feeling good. Yeah. Next thing that you know, you're seeing. Yep. All right. Let me not make a fool of myself on this live stream and try to sing everything. Bigfoot and the Hendersons. Okay, that one I'm not familiar with. Please don't tell me it's an American show. Please. I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say, Chinese Noon. I already know. Someone was on something when they created Magic School. But no, I agree. I think someone was on something. Some kind of drug or psychedelic. Because I know you're going to say it, Chinese Noon. I know you're going to say it. Space Pres... What? Space Prison. What? Okay, Batman Beyond I know. Buck Rogers, yes. I remember Buck Rogers. Space Prison... Can I just not spell today? Presenced. Presenced. I don't know what that is. Captain Simeon and the Space Monkeys, I do know, though. As Told by Ginger, yep, I remember that. I think this mainly is a girl show. Yeah, I mean, I liked As Told by Ginger, though. Don't ask me why I liked it, but I liked it. I can't explain it, but I liked it. Franklin, I liked Franklin. It was just a book series. Think Police, Moonlight. Precinct. I can't spell. Okay. I can't spell. That's all. That's all it is, guys. Space Precinct. I don't know what that is anyway, but I can't spell. Y'all just at this point, there's a time when like you become delirious during a live stream and you can no longer read or spell things appropriately, and then you start like fumbling through your words off of that, like I've been doing. Plus, I have a speech impediment. If you couldn't tell, it's a natural speech impediment that I can't get rid of. And so You can imagine the amount of editing that I have to do in my videos to get rid of the speech impediment, but I just can't spell today for some odd reason. SpongeBob, yep, the original SpongeBob. Foster's Home of Imaginary Friends, yep, I remember that. Blake 7. Blake 7. You do know I'm looking these all up on the net. Yes, please. I have to look up all the stuff that you said. But if I slow down to look all of this stuff up, I'm going to miss everything that you guys are saying. So, by the way, I've never seen the chat move so fast. Never seen the chat move so fast. Let's see, what else? Hey Arnold, yep, hey Arnold. A lot of these I don't have to look up because I know a lot of these already. But some of the ones that you brought up, Shinies Nuna, that are British shows, and some of them that are American shows that I just had never heard of, I might have to look up. Wait a minute. I know what Magnum Magnum PI is. That still comes on TV. Like alongside Madlock and what else? The Heat of the Night and all that stuff. That comes on. That still comes on. And I remember my parents when I was like a kid watching Madlock because I remember the iconic Madlock music. And they still watch Madlock to this very day. King of the Hill. King of the Hill. I could never understand King of the Hill. I think it was just too hillbilly for me. No pun intended. It was very like a bunch of white, like people drinking beers, and I couldn't get into it. And because I was young as well, when King of the Hill would come on, my parents would tell me it's bedtime. They would never let me watch it. And when I got older and I started watching it, I said, this is a stupid show. Ironside and Kojak. I feel like my dad might know what that is. Just look up old cartoons and TV shows or retro TV and cartoons. Telly Savalas with his lollipop. That sounds. Well, you know what? I don't know why I'm saying that. I have my phone here. I could just look it up on my phone for all that. I don't feel like doing this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because I don't know. He played Kojak. The Tick. Yep, The Tick. I remember The Tick. I feel old. The more you guys bring up these cartoons and these shows, the more old I feel. Because, like, no one this generation even knows what the freak this stuff is. And that's what makes me feel old. No one in this generation knows. Pee-wee. I think I've heard of Pee-wee before. What's that cartoon with the boy and Mr. Peabody? That was another one. Schoolhouse Rock, I remember, was another one. That's old. God, that's old. I can't remember any more pre 2006 shows. Well, that's okay because you know what we just did, Haifa? You know what we all just did? This was, see, you guys don't realize what I did. I did this on purpose. This was a memory game to test everyone's memory. And you all did a very good job. So none of you are really as old as you think, at least brain wise. Your minds work amazingly well. This was all a tactic to get you guys to to remember things from your past, and you did an amazing job. You fell for it, guys. Good job. No, I wish I could say that. I wish I could say that. I can't. But I will say this for real, for real. I am kind of manipulative in that way. You're so lying. Yeah, I diverted the conversation on purpose. We all kind of you guys fell into my whole little trap here because I wanted to relate to you guys. Remember? So I was talking about these kids today, and these kids today is actually a trigger phrase that triggers older people to respond by talking about things from their past. And it's a psychological conversational thing that happens. A lot of therapists have done this before. It's how a therapist can lure you into sometimes a false sense of security if they're being disingenuous. But it's also how therapists can lure you into opening up a little more and like having like an icebreaker moment within a tough conversation. And so I used that method to reel you guys in to my trap, and you all fell for it. Good job. And everything I'm saying, and you all know, is absolute BS. I'm just messing with you. I feel like I'm more fun when the camera's off. When the camera's on, it's all seriousness, but when the camera's off, I get to act stupid. But yeah, that was the trap, guys. You all fell for it. Good job. Congratulations. I am a 2001 baby. I am surprised I know that many shows from the 80s, 90s. Yeah, I know, right? And then, like, some of the shows that... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I cut myself off. But let me finish with this. Some of the shows that I named are shows that date past my birth. And I only know them, like Johnny Quest, for example, Super Friends. I wasn't around back then. But, I would argue that I wasn't even around during Scooby-Doo when that first came out. But I know about all that stuff. Flintstones, the Jetsons and all that. I know about all that stuff because they still played it even when I was a kid. So I would watch all that stuff. And my parents would be like, yeah, I grew up watching this show and this show and this show. And I didn't think anything of it. Because to me, the shows were new. To me. But anyway, what I was going to say was... sometimes I can be manipulative in the sense that I can get people to reveal things by saying certain things. This is probably not a good thing to air out on the internet, but I've gotten my siblings to say, well, no, not my sister. I would never do that to my sister. But I've gotten my brothers to say things to me. You know what? I hope they don't watch this live stream. I hope they don't watch this live stream. I've gotten my brothers to say things to me to like get me the scoop on certain things by saying certain things. It's a tactic I learned because I'm an introvert. This is a skill that introverts have because we're very observant people. So we observe behavior, we observe personality, we observe like logically. If I said this is going to piss you off. So let me go in this angle. That's the observation of an introvert. So I know how to maneuver around my siblings and even some other people that are not related to me. It's kind of easy to do it to your siblings, but it's a whole nother matter when you're like doing it to other people outside of your family who you don't know very well, but you know well enough. There are people that I've talked to and I've gotten people to tell me things that are not in my family. Just and but it wasn't like anything like serious or anything, right? I don't weaponize the information. I use the tactic just to see if it works, and it does. I don't weaponize the information though. Yeah, we do. So yeah, because I think that's going a little overboard. I like to use my gifts for good and not for evil, unless it serves my purpose. And yeah, other than that, check out archive.org and look at all the TV series. Okay. This was fun. This was fun. This was the stream I needed to take my mind off of the stress of trying to make a video. Because I will tell you guys, it is very stressful. When you reach a certain point in YouTube where you feel like you've said everything, and I mean I've talked about just about darn near everything. And not everything regarding like the artistry and the talent and stuff like that of idols, but I feel like I've talked about everything controversial related. I've covered topics in a general sense. Um, and hang on, we'll get the link. Okay, thank you. But I've covered topics in a general sense, and I feel like when it comes to the K-pop, I feel like I've said everything I need to say. Everything I could possibly say, I've said it. And yet I feel like there's maybe more to say. They should do more archive projects for K-pop. Archive projects? Could you give me like an example? I think I know what you mean, but I don't quite know what you mean. So I like something like archive projects. I guess like older stuff, right? But I don't know exactly what that entails. So please elaborate. But yeah, I've talked about everything, so it's just very difficult now to really hone in on what's going on. So I'm kind of teetering towards talking about talents and skills and things like that, um, and vocal analysis and stuff like that. And granted, my vocal analysis videos may not be as intricately detailed as maybe, say, a person who, thank you for the link, a person who is like a trained vocalist, vocal coach, or a trained musician or something. But thank you for that. But I will say that I still would love to talk about this stuff anyway, because I think I haven't talked enough about it. So I'm going to talk more about those things in the future. Best believe. Vocal analysis. Stage presence, I'm not really that bothered by. I think a lot of people are very critical of stage presence. If a person just looks like a zombie on stage, I guess I get it. But for the most part, I don't really pay that much attention because it all just looks very charismatic and fun. Um, a lot of people pay attention to facial expressions. I don't know how they. I mean, I know how, but I just don't. I don't see the appeal that much in it. If that makes sense. But I don't know. I don't know. Archiving content or like something in K-pop lost media like first, second gen stage perform stage pro. Woo! Read, Antonio. Stage performance. Okay. Gotcha. But there aren't a lot of projects in K-pop to rediscover the archive. Well, yeah, that's true. And I feel like half the time they act like that sort of media is lost, or like the archive is lost or something. I'm pretty sure SM has, and all these other um, companies have the archives to all this stuff. There was something that SM was doing a while back where they were like remastering some of the older MVs, like from TVXQ and stuff like that. But I feel like they stopped at some point. Because if you notice, Shiny's, um, what was that daggone song? Cold Ice Baby. I can't remember what it was called, but I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. But that MV was not remastered at all. It was blurry. It was kind of pixelated. It was terrible. I remember because I reacted to it. And I'm sitting there trying to look, like squinting, trying to see what was going on. So I do think they need to like remaster some of these stuff that they have in archives. K-pop stands like to act like first gen didn't exist. I know. Like first gen doesn't count. But in order to my speech impediment, see that? In order for there to be a fifth gen, there had to have been a first gen. So there's no point in acting or no use in acting as if first gen didn't exist. But it's not talked about much, and I guess maybe I need to go back and talk a lot about the first gen. By the way, guys, I know I'm saying that I'm like running out of stuff to talk about, but I did say that I was going to talk about like Soltajian Boys, which was like technically the first K-pop group ever. Um, and Taiga JK, the Korean hip hop stuff. I think a lot of people need to understand the Korean hip hop space, including me understanding it better than I do now, because I always make room to learn new things. I really, because a lot of the cultural appropriation stuff that's being called out by people is because they're ignorant of underground hip hop culture in Korea. Oh, but that's not allowed in K-pop. You can do whatever you want in underground hip hop, but that's cultural appropriation. Well, why would it matter only if it's in K-pop and not in underground hip hop? I would argue from their logic. I would argue that it's more cultural appropriating to see it being done in Korean hip hop. Like hip hop itself, the whole concept of hip hop was developed and created by Black Americans. So, but again, I think people just need to, and I hate to use this term, but I think people need to be more educated on the history of the underground rap space in South Korea. So I'm definitely looking forward to talking about Tyga JK and all of the cats that came before that introduced hip hop to South Korea back in the day when South Korea was only trying to do like trot music. And they were trying to be like dignified. And Tiger JK was like, but that's fake, right? That's fake. That's not, we're not all dignified. Because what inspires us, and honestly, it's not even, I think people have this misunderstanding here. People in the West say, oh, these guys are acting black, quote unquote, acting black. Just imagine my fingers doing the air quotes as I say that. I don't think that's the issue here. I think the issue is Korea was trying to put on a front back in the day to show that they are proper and dignified people. But that's not the personality of every Korean, which is why you have Koreans that gravitate towards hip hop music, because that's how they've always been. Their personality does not match what Korean society expected of them back in the day, which is why cats like Tiger JK came out and said, no, I'm not doing this polite stuff. That's not who I am, right? That's not how I roll. I don't do that. And a lot of the cats was like, yeah, exactly. And they jumped on that bandwagon. So I just think that people need to understand why Korean hip hop exists and why it's not cultural appropriation to even adopt certain looks. Because you can argue all day long that wearing a jersey with a t-shirt under it, with a do-rag or some kind of scarf thing over top of your head, with a cap, and I'm not talking about a regular cap. I'm talking about a cap with like the straight brim, like street thug hood stuff, and the baggy jeans, right, with the Nikes or Air Force Ones or whatever. That's not. Oh yeah, by the way, let me add insult to injury, with the dreads and the cornrows. There we go. I want to show how that's not really cultural appropriation. It's them expressing how they've always felt and wanted to be. It's not that they wanted to be I really don't believe that, guys. My brain goes somewhere else. A lot of other black people's brains go to straight, oh, it's cultural appropriation. I really don't think that. They're trying to be black. I don't think that, guys. I don't think that way. I think they have always been like that, and they never like this is the genre of music that where they can fully express themselves and be who they really want to be. They want to live in, I hate to use this term, I really do, their truth. Oh God, don't kill me. Please don't strike me down, Lord, for using this term. Y'all know how I feel about these terms. But when I say their truth, I mean who they really are deep down. Their personality, their character. I'm not saying they're gangster. I'm saying that they don't like the clean cut, proper look. The dignified, dignitary look. That's not who they are. That's not their style. And now they have a genre of music that matches their style. And so they're going to live the truth of who they are through their music and through their fashion. And that's what I feel is the disconnect when it comes to people in the West, especially black K-pop stans, who beat down on K-pop idols for having a look that to them looks black, which I'm just going to be honest with you, to say that, to even say that, well, this just looks black to me. Why are we segregating a look and calling it black like that? Why do we do that? Why do we do that? We don't give people the grace to be free, to wear what they want. We have to diminish it. That's our stuff. No, it's not. No one's name is on this stuff. There's no patent on this stuff. There's no patent on baggy jeans and jerseys with, now I'm saying that's the old school hip hop stuff, you know. And some of the old school hip hop cats dress like that still to this day. But not everybody dresses like that. I'm just using that as an example. I can understand how you could maybe bring the argument that it looks like cultural appropriation, but I just don't buy it. I don't buy it. I feel like we progressed so far in the knowledge of what's going on, and I just don't think that everything is cultural appropriation. Now, I guess that begs the question, what do I believe is cultural appropriation? And I guess I could make a video talking about what I do believe is cultural appropriation. I kind of did, but like a year or two ago. But maybe I need to like be a little more clear about everything point by point what I believe is cultural appropriation. Because I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know. We have to think. We have to talk about it. We have to talk about it. I think people forget that a lot of Asian Americans lived in mainly Asian or white communities. So the only so the only exposure to black culture they had is hip hop culture. Yes, that's true. A lot of people don't consider that the only exposure they had to black culture in any sense at all is hip hop culture. Because music is a universal language. You know, I may not watch a black movie, like if I'm an Asian, I may not watch a black movie, and if I watch it, I won't understand. But if I listen to like hip hop, and I'm like feeling it, and I'm like, dude, this is really, really dope stuff. I'm gonna want that. I'm gonna want to emulate what I'm hearing, or what I'm seeing. And again, I honestly think that a lot of these Koreans that dress the way they dress, and have their hair looking like the way that a lot of black people hair look in the styles, it's not because they're trying to make a parody of black people. It's not because they're trying to be cultural appropriating. It's not because they're trying to insult your ethnic group or whatever. It's not for these reasons. It's because that's how they really feel. That's how they really feel. I want to wear my hair like that. Cause that's a dope style. I want to wear it. When did Wavy cover Shiny's Juliet? I don't remember them ever covering Shiny Juliet. You should have American Idols like Song Jin and Shinhwa leader Eric, that acted a certain way because that is how Koreans thought Americans acted. Yeah, the misconceptions. But I will say this though, with regards to that, and I don't know the intricacies of it, but I will say that a lot of the time when other ethnicities, I try not to use the word race, as you can tell, because y'all know how I am. There's no such thing as like a different race of human. And I know we use the term race and ethnicity or ethnic group synonymously, but race is a totally different thing from ethnic group. So it's technically ethnic or ethnicity, not race. So I'm trying to like wean myself off of saying race, because there's no such thing as 50,000 different races of the human race. There's just one. And within that race of human, there are a bunch of ethnicities and ethnic groups, things like that. So I'm trying to use these words appropriately, because I get tired of of saying the wrong word to describe an ethnic group. Anyway, that was a side rant. But getting back to what I was saying, a lot of the people in Korea that act a certain way and they do it because they think that that's how Americans act, that's because it's a stereotype that Americans put out via movies and TV shows and things like that to some extent. To some extent. How we portray ourselves is how other people see us. So then we have to correct how we portrayed ourselves by correcting them in how they are portraying us. But they're doing it based on what we've put out, if that makes sense. It's like a cycle. It's like a circle, rather. Right? We put it out. They act it out. We correct them. They apologize. We put it out again. They act it out. We correct them. They apologize. We put it out again. They act it out again. We correct them. Tell them to educate themselves. They apologize. And it just keeps going on and on and on and on and on. And that's why the cycle never ends. Because we keep putting out the stereotypes. They are like, hey, this is what it looks like, I guess. So we're going to just, that's how it is. Well, what do you expect? Oh, but they're not, but that's ignorant. That's ignorant. You know, somebody actually told me one time, like, why do you give Koreans so much grace when they're, like, doing things, like, blatantly wrong? And I was like, well, how do you know that what they're doing is, how do you know that the wrongdoing that they're doing is blatant? How do you know that they're blatantly doing it? How do you know that all of them are, because, you know, the idea that South Korea is a monolith is not a very smart thing to believe. It's not true. That's just like if Koreans said that all black people were a monolith. That would be offensive to black people. All black people act like this. Yo, 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 what up, cuh? What up, shouty? Right? Wouldn't that be offensive? So why do we treat Koreans like they're all a monolith? All of them are being racist and cultural appropriating when they do stuff. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I give Koreans grace. Because it's smart. It's smart. And it's you got to use your brain and stop being controlled by your emotions and your feelings when you bring up arguments. They're racist. They're racist. Korea is a homogenous. I can't tell you how many times people commented under that colorism video I did saying that Korea is a homogenous society. Korea is homogenous. And I'm just sitting there like, do y'all realize that Korea is really not as homogenous as it used to be? Do y'all know there's a lot of foreigners? You were very understanding. It's so weird. Korea has not been that homogenous of late. There's a lot of foreigners that come to Korea now, that come there not to be tourists, but to live there, make a life there. They start families in Korea. You've got black ladies, black women marrying Korean men, black men marrying Korean women. You've got white men marrying Korean women, white men, you know, white women. It doesn't matter. You got a lot of Africans coming into Korea. You know, Sam Ochiri and the other guy. There's another African. I think he's African. Joseph Butso, and then there's another guy who's very famous. He does talk shows, variety shows with some famous Koreans that do talk. Can't think of his name, but there's a lot of. It's not as homogenous as people keep saying it is. It used to be, and people keep conflating history with modern day Korea. It's not that way anymore, and I don't have to live in Korea to know that. I don't have to live in Korea to know that. It's literally right there. But no, you can't say that about them. It's a homogenous society. Everything was based on skin color. And everything was, yes, back then. You gotta give Korea a little bit of grace, for God's sake. You're tripping. People be tripping. So, yes, I defend the Korean people in that regard because it's unfair. And if they did that to us, we would be jumping down their throats. It's a wonder they don't jump down ours. Don't treat Korea in a monolith, because they're not. I remember back then the main argument on. Wait a minute, did I miss some? You still have American Idols that. Okay, okay. Okay, I think I read this one too. I think people forgot that a lot of Asian Americans lived in mainly Asian or white communities. Yeah. So they only, which mind you, yeah, a lot of Asian Americans did. Felix, Bongchan, they're Australian American. What ethnicity group of people in Australia makes up the majority population of Australia? I think it's like white people or something, like Caucasians. You know, even a better example would be Trainee Leo. He's Korean Australian. He loves hip hop. And you see how they treated him. You see how the black K-pop stans treated him. That is why I like Dochi, Dochi style of rapper, because because she is a female rapper that raps without her life experiences. Sorry, that raps about her life experiences. Um, yeah, that is nice. You know, you always hear rappers rap about money and sex and how many stacks they got and the cars they drive, and it's always about their possessions and materialistic stuff and using women as objects and treating them like a female dog. You know, they even call them that in the songs and stuff like that. I ain't down with that. I really ain't. But when you talk about real stuff, then I'll be with you. I'll be with you on that. I will ride with you on that. But if you're talking about the materialistic, stupid stuff, that's when I gotta, And then when a Korean raps about it, they're apparently accused of acting black. Acting black. Isn't that nice? How dumb. How dumb. But A for effort, SM at least they're trying for once. I think the remastered versions were almost as bad because the lighting was so bad. Oh no! I mean, they tried. They tried. They didn't do a very good job. I've heard a lot of people complain about them. I didn't really see much of a difference. I think maybe they dialed down the saturation or something, or something they did, but it wasn't really anything too, it wasn't something to write home about. Kiss of Life, not into some, got into some trouble. Yeah. That's the thing that somebody asked me to talk about, was the Kiss of Life thing. So I'm gonna look into it and see what's going on there. You still have American Idols like you certain way, because that is how Koreans thought. Okay, I read that one. I think people forgot that a lot of Asia. Oh, I read that one already too. Uh, I sent you a link in your Instagram, Moonlight. They covered it. Okay, cool. I remember back then the main argument on why non-black people uh, wait, sorry. I remember, I remember, a reason why I'm laughing is because I know sometimes when you guys put out the comments, I sometimes think that I'm illiterate, but it's not because of me. It's because there's a letter or something that's out of place. So you guys are making me seem like I'm illiterate illiterate sometimes. I'm messing with y'all. Don't worry. I'm just kidding. Um, I remember back then the main argument on why non-black people could, I think you're trying to say, could not get black hairstyles is because their hair is too fine to handle it. Okay, yeah, yeah, that's true. Now, yeah, I don't recommend people get oh, bye Chinese Nuna. I don't recommend that people get the hairstyle if their hair is too fine. Um, but that's for them to find out, I guess. I don't really, it doesn't bother me too much that they get the hairstyle because it is their hair at the end of the day. Who am I to tell them what to do? But yes, a lot of the reasons why, like white people, for example, or should I say Caucasians? I don't like saying white people too much. It just sounds, I don't like it. It just sounds racist. It really does. I'm sorry. I think honestly, I'm becoming, as the older I get, the more mature my language becomes. So I'm getting a little annoyed saying certain words. White people is one of them words that kind of Caucasian is the proper term. So I'm just gonna use that term. I'm gonna try my best, okay? But y'all know I don't mean any offense by that. I'm sure when white people call black people, they don't mean any offense by it either. Except for the ones that do. And you already know the ones that do. And, I remember, wait, I read that already. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, um, which is fair, but it developed, yeah, it developed over time. Here's the thing, though. That is a good argument to use for why certain ethnic groups other than black or whoever other ethnic group naturally wears their hair like that. That's an argument for why they shouldn't do it, right? Um, sorry, I'm using. Okay. Oh, Jungkook, Jungtae. Have a good day at work. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, Jungtae. Jungtae and Chinese Nuna. Thank you. I enjoyed you guys a lot. Today was a lot of fun. Um, that's a good argument to use for why other ethnicities shouldn't wear those hairstyles. But that's not that's not those are how do I say this? Those are not the kind of arguments that we get from black K-pop stans. They go into the oppression narrative. They go into the slavery narrative. They want you to um they want you to suffer with them by regaling you with tales of slavery days gone by that they weren't even privy to because they weren't alive during that time. But they want you to feel the weight of wearing the hairstyle. They want to guilt you and shame you into not wearing it. And that's the angle that a lot of black K-pop stands come out of. And I think that's a wrong way to approach it. I think that's a really wrong way to approach it. You should approach it as you guys' hair is very fine. So it probably will hurt you guys' scalp a lot if you get it. But at the same time, I'm not going to tell you what to and what not to do with your hair. No, they don't do that. They go, "Oh my God, it's a disgrace to my people." Oh, They go into this whole diatribe of, you know, race baiting and trying to get you to feel sorry for them. It's just, it's very feelings based. It's very emotion based. It's not based on any facts. Also, they pull from the slavery stuff, but a lot of the hairstyles that were worn for different purposes in the slavery time, even black people don't wear those hairstyles for those reasons anymore. So if a white person or an Asian person wants to wear that hairstyle for the same purpose you're wearing it for, why are you upset? Here's the answer to the question. It's because they're not black. Why do I say that? Because all of these things come down to one thing: color. And these are people that claim to be woke. By the way, I do want to say this, because people have been saying I misuse the term woke. No, I don't. I don't misuse it. Because people who I call woke, they actually admit that they are. And some of the stuff that they say is some of the stuff that I just mentioned. They try to correct everyone on their behavior. That's what woke people do. We use it against them because woke is not a good thing. Woke is, it's really not. I wish I could break this down properly. I know I made an hour and 25-minute long video on it, but like I didn't really go in depth like I wanted, like I could have. I'll put it that way, because I was relating woke culture to how K-pop stans treat Korean people with regards to woke culture. But if I really wanted to go in, I could have went this way. I really could have. I really could have. Because there's a route that I want to take so bad. It is not woke to wear a hairstyle that has been predominantly worn by black people, or might even originated in Africa or in the islands, in the Caribbean. There are so many different ethnic groups that wear dreads and cornrows and all these other different hairstyles, that black people claim they're the only ones in history that have worn them. That is not true. And I do hate how my people act like them being enslaved was like worse than any other form of mistreatment done by any other ethnic group. What about the Jews? Back when Germany was, Nazi Germany. What about that? No, we don't talk about that. No, slavery is, no, we're talking about slavery. And don't diminish the pain of my ancestors by bringing up what happened with another group of people. That's stupid. You worship pain of your own people more than, it just doesn't make sense. And that's why I don't talk like that. That's why I don't think like that. And thank God my parents had enough common sense to not raise me like that. And the reason why I harp on this stuff is because, again, I live in one of the bluest states in America. So everybody's pretty much talking about how, well, let me not go too far. I don't want to go into the weeds there. I don't want to go into the weeds. Anyway, let me read the last of these little comments here, and then I'm gonna wrap it up, because it's about to be 4 hours, and I wasn't intending on being here that long. That is why I like style. Okay, I think I read that already. You are very understanding, but I did cringe a bit at Kiss of Life, B-Day Party. Like I said, I gotta watch it. Yeah, Moonlight try to understand both sides. I think what they did is wrong, but it's racist. Wait, I think what they did is wrong, but it's racist. Well, if it's racist, it's wrong, right? I don't know, and they should be getting. I don't know. Well, here's. I don't want them to get hate for it. I don't want nobody to get hate for nothing. I don't want. Hate is, y'all know how I feel about hate. I don't. People shouldn't be getting hate. I know they might deserve it, but I wouldn't wish it on them. No, I wouldn't wish it on them. No, because hate does not teach anything. With putting like people being hateful because you did something cultural appropriating, that doesn't teach you anything. It really doesn't. Hate doesn't teach you anything. It doesn't teach you what you should learn. So I don't know about that part. Um, in South Korea, increased marriages with non-South Koreans. Yeah. South Korean birth. Oh, South Korean birth recently went up because of interracial marriages in Korea. Yeah, that's interesting, actually. I agree with you. After they lost 200K subscribers, but their apology was half. I'm gonna have to look at it for real. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The more you guys talk about it, the more it's making me intrigued. Yeah. Also, Julie comments, "Don't understand us." Rubbed. Oh gosh, really? Uh. Okay. All right. Jungkook. Okay. Good. 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 All right. That will conclude. Right here at the top of the hour, 4 hours, 1 minute and 29 seconds. I meant to say. Oh, I meant to say, is it racist? I don't know. I don't. I don't think they should get hate for. Oh, okay, okay, yeah, yeah, gotcha, 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 gotcha. Yeah, I don't think they should get hate for it because hate doesn't teach you anything. All hate does is teach you how to hate more. So I don't think I don't. I will say this before I go. I think one of the things that concerns me a lot about this generation of social media consumers is that I don't think we're going to ever discover, and when I say we, I don't mean us, I mean like just in general. I don't think people are ever going to discover or realize how to approach these situations where someone is doing something either racist or maybe cultural appropriating or something, right? If it's wrong, it's wrong, right? And I'll call it out. But the hate and people saying, well, I just hate them. I just hate, I just hate. Literally, there was somebody saying, that they hate, either Minhee or New Jean or something like that. And I get it, but I get the sentiment. I don't agree with the the belief that it's okay to hate people that are hateful. We shouldn't stoop to the level of those that we claim to not be on the side of, right? I'm not on like New Jean's, or should I say Minhee Jin's side. Technically not on New Jean's side either, or Hybe's, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not on Minhee Jin's side for dang sure. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, I hate her, right? Unapologetically, without shame, I hate her. Like, y'all, you don't realize how powerful hatred is and how destructive it is. It's really like that. This is hatred is the reason why a lot of the wars that we have now are being had. And you casually use the term hate or the word hate to describe how you feel towards someone else. I think we need to dial it back with the hate stuff. Because that's one of the biggest problems I've seen in the K-pop community. Oh, I don't mean to be hateful. I don't mean to send hate, but burn in hell, burning. I don't like it. I hate this person. I hate that person. I hate New Jeans. I hate Minhee Jin. I don't like that. We got to be a little more mature. Don't stoop to the level of all these people. Funny enough, because people were saying that I was stooping to Internet's Nathan's level by saying that what he said was woke. Sorry, but it was woke. Not apologizing for that. Sorry, but not sorry, right? I'm not calling him a name. I'm saying what his actions and his words were woke. There's a difference between calling someone stupid and saying that what someone said sounded woke. And people trying to compare the two, nah. You're not going to do that to me, buddy. But either way, all I'm saying is this. K-pop stans got to do better when approaching situations like cultural appropriation or like not even bothering to say, let's sit back and think about this. Was that cultural appropriation? Was that what this is? Was that what that is? But instead they jump the gun and then they start hating. It's okay to, I guess, correct people respectfully, because the respectful part kind of goes out the window a lot of times, and correction just turns into full on, I'm just going to preach to you for an hour and 45 minutes in this like this huge long text, this long little message that could be turned into a book. And then somewhere in there, I'm going to curse you out and call you hateful things while I'm correcting you. And no one's going to accept that kind of correction. No one's going to accept that kind of correction. When it's done in the wrong spirit, no one's going to accept it. Right? So, I do want to say that. It's very important that we are conscious about what we do and what we say and not just reactionary all the time. Something happens, something that, somebody wore a do-rag, you just immediately jump on them. And I think that's one of the biggest problems, that we need to step the freak back. Please step back for a minute, breathe, and think before you speak. Don't stoop to their level and start calling them names and hating on them. And another issue I have is we've lost the conception of hate. We don't know what hate is anymore. We're conflating hate with something totally different from hate and calling it hate. Oh, yes, that's right. Criticism. Criticism is not hate. There are caveats to that, though. If it's done in the wrong spirit, and you can tell by the way that the person is trying to correct you, if it's done in the wrong spirit, it's not, I wouldn't say it's hate, but it's definitely not correction. It's not criticism. It's just bashing you. Certain things you say within that little correcting speech, it won't come across as correction. It'll come across as hate, or you just being mean for the sake of it, or you just coming here to preach to me, right? And so I do wrong. Don't come and preach to me and give me a sermon that's like an hour and 45 minutes long. I don't need that. Just tell me what I did wrong, respectfully, kindly, in love. People don't know how to tell people what they did wrong in love. It's always got to be, you bastard, burn in hell, I hope you rot. And it could be something like, oh, I put a do-rag on. I took a picture with a red do-rag or whatever. Right? Like V from BTS. Dumb stuff. So that's I want to leave off with that. It's just something that you all can think about. Let's be a little more intentional. Let's be a little more loving. It's funny because this is the same group of people that talk about, oh, we need love. We need to love more. We need to love more. But then as soon as somebody does something, and listen, I agree that Minhee Jin is a nasty person. But to say I hate her, it ain't. I'm telling. Listen, this ain't got nothing to do. Well, I'm not gonna. That's a lie. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. I am a Christian. Okay, I do believe we shouldn't be hating people because Jesus did not teach that. However, I don't need to be a Christian to say that. People act like you got to be a Christian in order to say that. No, you don't. It's common sense. This is wrong. Don't hate them because you're stooping down to the level of a Minhee Jin who literally bashed all of the female employees that she worked with. They're lazier than she is and all this other crap that she said. That's hateful, by the way. Calling them, dumb bees. And she got a problem if she's calling calling all of her, all these people that she worked with bitches and stuff. I apologize. I didn't mean to say it like that. But yeah, I said it. Because I need y'all to understand what I'm saying. That's hateful. Okay? That's hateful. So if you want to take a cue or learn to not take a cue out of somebody's book, look at Minhee Jin. Look at how hateful she is towards, women, literally. She hates women. Something's wrong with her. She's out of control. Don't be like her and say I hate her. Because you can dislike someone without hating them. You really can. Well, I'm human. No. Don't limit your humanity to love, hate. You can still no, I'm sorry. Let me take that back. Let me rephrase. Don't limit your humanity to, or should I say, don't limit your capacity to love people or to tolerate people based on your humanity. Because humanity, I'm just human, that's a cop-out statement. That's a cop-out. You know how Christians who like to curse say, y'all excuse me, God's working on me. I apologize, God's working on me. I'm a cursing Christian, God's working on me. That's a cop-out. That's like when they do that, and then people who aren't Christian say, you know what, I'm not human, I'm just human, I'm not perfect, so I'm going to hate people. No. Don't use that as a justification to sow more hatred into the soil of people's lives and into the soil of the internet. And that's the worst soil to sow a seed into, is the seed of the internet, because it grows into a giant tree of hate. Because all of these people come out and then start agreeing with you. And then one person turns into 5, turns into 20, turns into 50, turns into 100, turns into 1,000,000 online saying hate, spreading hate. It's a wildfire. Don't do it. Be better than her. You can be human and still be better than her. It's possible. I don't promote hatred on my channel anyway. Okay? So, that's all I wanted to say. Ooh, that was a message right there. I didn't mean to preach to y'all, but while I'm talking about how I don't want people to preach to me, but either way. It was a good word though. But yeah, that's it for today. Sorry. I went way over my time. I wasn't supposed to be this this long rather. But we had a lot of fun on the stream. I'm kind of going over movies and stuff with some of the older members of the channel, some of the older subscribers of the channel and viewers, trying to relate to them and show them that I'm not as young as they all think, but at the same time, I'm still younger than all of them. Just about. Anyway, that's it, guys. That's all I wanted to say. I hope that Moonlight community, I do want y'all to, take what I say to heart. But really, this is for people that are outside of the community as well. Because people will come into this community thinking that it is okay to say stuff that is hateful. And I don't want that. Because it steers people away from the channel. Someone who has a brain in between their ears comes to this channel, sees a video, looks at the comment section underneath it, and sees all of these hateful comments, people bashing each other, taking personal attacks and shots at each other, instead of addressing the argument that was put forth, that will cause people to run away. And I don't want people to run away and say, ooh, this is not the chat I want to be in. So I don't want hatred, and I've said this a billion times. I don't want hatred or people calling people names on my channel in the comment section. I do not want it. Because I promise you, if I see it, I'm going to block the comment. I don't want to have to do that. I want people to be free to speak their mind. But do it respectfully. If you want to fight, duke it out, do so. But do so respectfully. Okay? That's all I want. I want this community to be a community that can actually get along. We may not agree on everything, but get along. And that's on both sides of the aisle. People that are like, that agree with my opinion and have their opinion similar to that, and disagree. Get along. We can do it, guys. We really can. I'm rooting for it. Don't let me down, okay? And I'm going to do my best to not let y'all down and be more loving and respectful as well, because I can grow. We all can grow. We all can be better than people like Minhee Jin. We all can be better than people like New Jeans. We all can be better than even Hybe, for that matter. We can be better than a lot of... Well, Hybe is an entity. I take that back. Hybe's an entity. It's a heartless, soulless company. Hybe is just an entity. But people, we can be better than the people that I've talked about. So let's do that. Okay? Let's do that. All right, I've rambled on long enough. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate all of you for coming. Thank you, Jungtae. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Haifa. I appreciate it. Shiny's Nuna holding it down as the mod, the managing mod. I appreciate you, homegirl. Thank you. All right. Let's see who else was here. I think Shima had came in earlier. Shyman always comes in earlier and then leaves, and I never see her again, and I'm very sad about that. But Shima, thank you for coming. I feel like that was everybody. I'm seeing a lot of Shiny's Nuna, Haifa, Jungtae. It's been mainly you three, so I think that's everybody. Thank you guys so much for coming. I appreciate it so much. And I'm working on some videos. I'm going to need to drink some tea and some water or whatever, because my voice is dying. I mean dying. So I'm going to shut my fat mouth and be ye quiet. That's Old Testament right there. Be ye quiet. All right. I love y'all. See y'all in the next video that'll be coming up very soon. Thank you for your patience as well. Oh, and before I go, please like the live stream. Do me a hot solid, okay? Take that index finger that's on your screen, move it around the mouse right there, and just hit that like button. Turn that black or gray like button, whatever color it is, turn it white. I would love for you guys to do that. I know live streams don't get a lot of traction, but I would appreciate that if you did that. Also, my mom has fussed at me because I don't advertise this. Please, everyone, please watch the ads. Or if you don't want to watch the ads, go take that time to, go to the bathroom or grab a snack or do some push-ups or something. But yes, please don't skip the ads. That's how your content creator gets paid, by YouTube AdSense. So I want to thank you all in advance for that. I will return to you with quality content and not trash. So until then, thank you guys so much for coming, and I will see you in the next video. And I'm literally forgetting that I have to pick up the phone to turn it off. Okay, there we go. Bye, guys. Love you. Bye. Bye-bye.